While the prospects may seem exhilarating, it is crucial to acknowledge the daunting challenges that our group faces on the road to Kigali, and indeed to the year 2030. Mr. President, today we find ourselves confronted by lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, pressing issues of climate change, global macroeconomic challenges, and various other overlapping crises. These challenges continue to derail the hard-earned progress made by the LLDCs towards the attainment of the Vienna Programme of Action goals and the SDGs. This is so because our countries are disadvantaged to fully harness the potential to support sustainable development efforts due to their geographical and structural vulnerabilities to external shocks and low resilience. Mr. President, while facing numerous challenges that aggravate development of LLDCs, some progress has been made in the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action, though mixed and uneven across various regions. The advancement made in the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action to enhance and modernize transportation and ICT infrastructure is highly promising. In the region where I come from, for example, my country, Botswana, in collaboration with the government of Zambia, have constructed the amazing Ganzugula Bridge, which is a rail line and one-stop border component. Through this project, we have significantly reduced the turnaround time that trucks take to transport goods from the south to the north and vice versa. However, it is essential to recognize that other areas, in particular international trade, which is the engine for inclusive economic growth, remains marginal and undiversified within the LLDCs. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the sharp increase in debt crisis that has plunged many of our countries, particularly as half of the LLDCs are categorized as least developed countries. In this connection, a lot remains to be achieved in many areas for this group of countries. The upcoming LLDC conference, therefore, gives us hope and offers a unique opportunity for us to adopt new transformative roadmap for the LLDCs to overcome these crises and build back better, while accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. As this new program of action for LDCs will largely overlap with the final period of pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, we anticipate that its level of ambition will reflect our commitment as a global community to ensure that LLDCs are not left further behind in achieving sustainable development. We look forward to creating the widest possible coalition of strengthened global partnerships that will bring about transformative change to the lives of more than 564 million people in the world's 32 landlocked countries. Therefore, as I stand here today, I implore all stakeholders, including our development partners, the United Nations, international financiers, and other organizations, as well as the private sector, to join hands in finding sustainable and lasting solutions to these countries in special needs. In conclusion, the LLDCs would like to reaffirm their determination and full commitment to attain the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. I'd like also to seize this moment to once again emphasize our appeal to the active engagement of all stakeholders in the third UN Conference on LLDCs, preferably at the highest level possible. I look forward to meeting you, Excellencies, in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2024. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Botswana, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau, speaking on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I deliver this statement in my capacity as chair of the 12 Small Island Developing States, represented in New York, and we are aligning ourselves with the statement to be delivered by Samoa on behalf of the AOSIS. On behalf of the PSIDs, I extend our congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly and assure you of the full support of the Pacific SIDS in your successful execution of your mandate over the next 12 months. Mr. President, our continued existence depends on our capacity to unite as a global, unified community. In this juncture, the need for multilateralism to be strengthened is not merely advisable, but imperative. The achievement of the SDGs must be at the center of our collective efforts over the next 7 years. Together, we must rise to the challenges and elevate our actions with urgency to confront the climate crisis, leaving positive impact on our environment, societies, and economies for present and future generations. The Pacific SIDS' commitment to sustainable development and resilience of our countries and peoples remains unwavering. However, COVID-19 and climate change have impaired and even reversed our hard-fought development gains. Our endeavors are frequently impeded by escalating costs associated with natural disasters, the human and physical cost of climate change, and our limitation and lack of access to concessional financing. Significant limitations to accessing financing hinders our abilities to allocate funds to effectively implement our development priorities, including the Samoa Pathway and other crucial development activities. We support the follow-up and review of the financing development outcomes, in particular, the reform of the international financial institution to support the means of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Nonetheless, we continue to persist in our efforts to meet the SDGs, as they provide the best hope for a brighter and more sustainable future. SIDS face a unique set of vulnerabilities which hinders our ability to achieve sustainable development. Structural factors, including size, remoteness, and exposure to global economic, social, and political environmental shocks, impact socio-economic outcomes of our ability to achieve the SDGs. These vulnerabilities were further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and with many SIDS countries being particularly affected by the drop in international tourism and remittances. The sudden economic shock exposed the fragility of our economies and the urgent need for tailored solutions to address our unique circumstances. Thus, the call for and the endorsement of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, an MVI, which will allow for inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance, comes at the right moment, and we ask for the support of the international community on this key issue. Mr. President, the slow progress on the SDGs achieved by the SIDS to date is an indication that losses linked to vulnerability far outweighs the development gains. There is a clear necessity for building genuine partnerships and cooperation to provide financial support and technical support. We call for the effective and durable partnerships and scaled-up climate finance that adequately recognize the context of the SIDS and the respect for regional and national policy coordination mechanisms and systems. Moreover, we call on partners to improve partnerships around data and statistics for monitoring and evaluation, digital infrastructure and transformation, SDI, and sustainable and predictable financing and capacity building. Mr. President, we need to remind ourselves of the commitments and the undertakings we made towards the full implementation of the Samoa Pathway. And we support the call to develop a robust monitoring framework for the Samoa Pathway aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other intergovernmental agreements, including the Sendai Framework and the Paris Agreement, as these commitments reflect our shared responsibility to leave no one behind and to build a more just and equitable future for all. After all, it is of vital importance that each one of us demonstrates the unwavering boldness and courage that is required. Thank you. God bless. Oman Msula.
I thank the President of the Republic of Palau, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, speaking on behalf of the group of 7+ member states.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to deliver the statement on behalf of the group of 7+ countries at this high-level summit convened at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, a critical juncture characterized by recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing geopolitical tensions, and environmental threats. The 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, the agreed global plan for sustainable development, adopted in 2015, was conceived to leave no one behind in countries around the world and support global public goods related to peace, environmental protection, and an inclusive global economy. The G7+ comprised of countries affected or recovering from conflict were among the principal advocates of the SDGs, particularly Goal 6, which is about promoting peace, inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. As a group of countries, we have collectively learned from our experiences that sustainable peace, effective state institutions, and access to justice are key pillars to stability, development, and resilience. However, since the start of the implementation of this global blueprint, fragile and conflict-affected states are the farthest behind in meeting SDGs, and this dilemma only worsened with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic and other global crises, including the triple planetary crisis and food insecurity. Mr. President, against this backdrop, the member states of the G7+ recommend the undermentioned as the possible pathway toward the realization of transforming our world and leaving no one behind in this decade of action. Firstly, promoting peace and stability should continue to be central to implementing the SDGs, as violence and insecurity undermine development gains. In advancing the development agenda, we must seek to promote and support peace efforts that address the root causes of conflicts and tackle economic and social inequalities and exclusion, especially in countries contending with high levels of threat, fragility that require heightened attention. Secondly, resilience should be one of the guiding principles to achieve the SDGs. In this age of complex crises, we must deliberately embrace resilience, as it helps to ensure progress is not derailed or reversed in times of adversity. For instance, ending extreme poverty and thriving in complex and adverse environments require building capacities, mechanisms, and institutions to promote a sustainable future for all. This is why the G7+, we continue to advocate for debt financing, debt relief, and technology transfer for the least developed and conflict-affected countries. Debt financing and relief for our respective countries would unleash the resources that could be utilized to realize the ambition of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. Thirdly and lastly, we call for a joint commitment by development partners to work through and support government-led country platforms in conflict-affected and fragile countries to enhance development cooperation by addressing complex political, social, and economic realities. While we acknowledge the trend of support for country platforms over the last 5 years, it is imperative to raise the awareness for governments and partners to embrace this collaborative, risk-informed, and flexible mechanism. It ensures that development agendas are localized. That meeting SDGs in this decade of action could be challenging, but sustained multilateral support to a holistic national ownership of the 17 SDGs, distinct global leadership, resource mobilization, capacity building, and mutual accountability, specific progress can be envisaged and achieved with appropriate scale. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, speaking on behalf of Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 46 member states, members of the Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies. In 2015, this body made a promise that we would adopt and act on a transformative agenda for people, the planet, and prosperity through 17 Sustainable Development Goals. 8 years later, we have much to live up to. Yet there is still no better blueprint for a more peaceful and prosperous world than the 2030 Agenda, and no greater catalyst for the change needed than SDG 16+. We know that we are living in the midst of cascading and intersecting crises. Halfway through the 2030 Agenda, advancing peace, justice, equality, and inclusion is critical to mitigating the impact of these crises and to delivering the requisite policy solutions to fulfill our promises. Amidst the global polarization and distrust, we need to rebuild the social contract between people and national and international institutions. In supporting the Secretary General's call to fast-track SDG implementation, allow me to highlight some of Pathfinder's work across peace, justice, equality, and inclusion. While conflict-related violence has increased, we know that approximately 80% of violent deaths occur outside conflict zones, and that governments and the civil society have made real progress in reducing violence in such contexts. In this connection, the Pathfinders Halving Global Violence Task Force will launch its flagship report in 2024, Amplifying Proven Solutions to Advancing Peace at All Levels, while highlighting the social and economic costs of violence. We must act on SDG 16's pledge to reduce violence in all its forms on the battlefield and in our homes and streets. Equal access to justice for all is a critical enabler for sustainable development. We need to put people at the center, with justice systems designed to address what people really need when they look for justice solutions, with services that help them achieve fair outcomes. To support this, a number of member states and partners have come together to form the Justice Action Coalition, a high-ambition, multi-stakeholder coalition that promotes people-centered justice and calls on all justice actors, including young justice leaders, to join us in our quest to close the global justice gap. Finally, the promise to leave no one behind lies at the very heart of the SDG agenda. Yet, since the adoption of the agenda, inequality within and among countries has risen dramatically. The Pathfinders provide evidence-based solutions in areas as social protection, housing, taxation, inclusive green transitions, and the avoidance of divisive political narratives, demonstrating that change is possible. The 2023 SDG Summit represents a critical moment to change the trajectory of the SDGs and SDG 16+. We cannot fail in this effort. Trust in our domestic institutions and in multilateralism depends on it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now briefly switch to my national capacity. In 2015, the leaders agreed to improve people's lives and make our planet a better place. Unfortunately, 8 years later, the 2030 SDGs implementation is in deep trouble. After the COVID-19 pandemics, the world is facing devastating effects of Russian aggression against Ukraine. Apart from tremendous human suffering, it is also causing widespread food and energy crises. Russia's reprehensible actions have a direct impact on SDGs implementation, not only in the most affected region, but also globally. Today, we gathered to recommit our ambitions to accelerate our efforts to achieve the SDGs until 2030. Czechia is fully aware of its global responsibility. We will continue to enhance the strategic planning to make it even more effective and avoid overlaps and inconsistency. We are also fully committed to implement the Paris Agreement, and we pledge to contribute $4 million to the Green Climate Fund for the period 2024 to 2027. To promote good governance and policymaking based on evidence, we pledge to establish an open data national platform for monitoring and reporting the SDGs indicators. The implementation of the SDG 16 remains one of the priorities of the Czech foreign policy. To reach our common goal in 2030, we urgently need to highlight a link between peace, justice, security, climate and environment, development, human rights, and strong institutions. Czechia will continue to support our partner countries through bilateral and multilateral development projects, humanitarian assistance, and transformation policy. No one should be left behind. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Czech Republic and now give the floor to His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, speaking on behalf of the Southern African Development Community.
Excelência Denis Francis, Presidente da 78ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Excelência Paula Narvaez, Presidente do Conselho Econômico e Social das Nações Unidas, distintos chefes de Estado e de Governo, chefes de delegação, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Tenho a honra de tomar a palavra na qualidade de Presidente em exercício da Comunidade para o Desenvolvimento da África Austral, SADC, nesta oportunidade que considero crucial para examinarmos em conjunto os progressos alcançados na implementação dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável ao nível das diferentes regiões representadas nesta cimeira. Estamos perante uma ocasião em que a avaliação que fizermos a respeito do nosso desempenho vai permitir que tomemos as medidas de corrigir ou retificar tudo quanto nos parece não ter sido realizado da maneira mais adequada. Precisamos tornar este nosso encontro num verdadeiro ponto de viragem para uma abordagem mais dinâmica, mais comprometida e engajada, tendo em vista o reforço do nosso compromisso político e da mobilização de vontades capazes de ajudar a avançar em domínios cujos resultados se refletirão positivamente na melhoria das condições gerais de vida das nossas populações. Excelências, a região da SADC fez progressos assinaláveis na implementação das prioridades de cooperação e integração regional, delineadas na Visão 2050 da organização e no Plano Estratégico Indicativo de Desenvolvimento Regional 2020-2030. Também devemos reconhecer que um conjunto de condicionantes que derivam da pandemia da Covid-19, das alterações climáticas e de outros fatores, designadamente a instabilidade que afetou alguns países da região, tiveram um impacto negativo considerável na capacidade dos países cumprirem com maior eficácia os planos estratégicos que visam aprofundar a integração regional da África Austral e promover o seu desenvolvimento numa perspectiva em que sobressaiam as ambições sobre a África que queremos, estabelecida na Agenda 2063 da União Africana. Os nossos avanços poderiam ter sido mais significativos e mais expressivos se não tivéssemos que ter lidado com a crise global e outras específicas da nossa região, que nos obrigaram a desviar a nossa atenção das questões centrais sobre o desenvolvimento para lhes fazer face. Além disso, é sempre oportuno referir que as dificuldades de acesso a recursos financeiros em condições confortáveis para as nossas economias representa um outro lado do problema, talvez o maior, com que nos confrontamos permanentemente para realizarmos projetos essenciais em áreas determinantes para impulsionar o nosso desenvolvimento, de que depende naturalmente a criação de condições que favoreçam a necessária e urgente alteração do quadro e dos indicadores de pobreza que se observam atualmente nos nossos países. Nada do que consta dos planos, objetivos e programas que temos delineado ao longo destes anos poderá ser realizado de forma efetiva e com os resultados positivos que todos pretendemos obter, se não conseguirmos realizar um esforço coordenado, no sentido de eliminarmos os conflitos, a instabilidade, a insegurança e a imprevisibilidade que desencorajam o investimento e retiram aos nossos mercados a credibilidade de que necessita para que os nossos parceiros internacionais investam mais nas nossas economias. Estamos conscientes da relação de interdependência que existe entre paz e desenvolvimento e, em função disso, a República de Angola, na sua condição de Presidente em exercício da SADC, continuará a desenvolver ações com vista à concretização futura da Visão 2050 da SADC, que prevê uma região com estabilidade política e social, pacífica e desenvolvida do ponto de vista econômico e de justiça e liberdade para os seus cidadãos. Esses objetivos, que são específicos da nossa região e também compartilhados pelos nossos parceiros internacionais, serão concretizáveis com um esforço conjugado entre todos, mas com muito menos constrangimentos e obstáculos, se a relação entre a nossa região e a comunidade internacional se desenvolver sem as medidas unilaterais punitivas contra os Estados-membros da SADC, como no caso da República do Zimbábue. Excelências, a região da África Austral, como temos vindo a observar, tem estado sujeita a consequências das alterações climáticas, com todos os efeitos nocivos que este facto produz sobre as economias da região. É fácil perceber-se, pelas razões que acabei de referir, que temos uma sensibilidade muito especial para este problema e, deste modo, quero sublinhar a necessidade da implementação da Agenda Internacional das Alterações Climáticas e do cumprimento das promessas de disponibilização de recursos financeiros feitas pelos países desenvolvidos, a fim de, com alguns outros recursos complementares, se possa assegurar o financiamento da adaptação até 2025 para se alcançar o objetivo de recapitalizar o Fundo Verde para o Clima. Gostaria de terminar salientando a importância da cooperação global, da solidariedade e da ação conjunta para fazermos face aos múltiplos e complexos desafios que o mundo enfrenta atualmente, pelo que faço um apelo à Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas no sentido de colocar esses propósitos no capítulo das prioridades da sua agenda para os próximos tempos. Muito obrigado.
I thank the President of the Republic of Angola and now give the floor to Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission of the European Union.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, my generation was raised with the idea that our children and grandchildren would be better off than us. But a cascade of crises has now set back progress towards our sustainable development goals. First the pandemic, then Russia's war of aggression with its devastating impact for global food and energy security. All of this with the knock-on effects of a boiling planet. Against this backdrop, developing countries do need more resources to pull people out of poverty and to transition towards a clean and equal economy. And this is why I welcome the Secretary General's SDG stimulus plan. In 2022, Europe elevated its development aid to 93 billion euros, an increase of 30% over the previous year. And today, we account for over 40% of the global assistance. We know our obligations. But public funding alone is not enough. We must explore all avenues to attract new funding towards developing countries, and first and foremost there is the reform of the MDBs, without any question. But let me focus on two ways in which we are answering the Secretary General's call. First, we have to unlock private capital. With our Global Gateway Investment Plan, Europe is investing 300 billion euros in developing economies in the next 5 years, in renewable energy, in stronger healthcare systems, in quality education, green transport, and of course, digital solutions. This is about equipping our partners with the resources, the technologies, and the skills to move up the value chain, to create jobs for their citizens, and to protect the environment. We're doing so by using a portion of our public budget to de-risk private investments. And we're taking this further. We're also supporting developing and emerging economies to create their own green bond markets in order to attract even more fresh capital towards the Sustainable Development Goals. My second point is carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is one of the most efficient and effective climate policies. Carbon pricing fosters innovation by the private sector. It makes polluters pay a fair price on carbon and their carbon emissions, while cutting emissions, and the revenues can support the clean transition in developing countries. Let me give you a few figures. Last year alone, Europe's carbon pricing system raised 38 billion euros, and we are reinvesting 100% of it in climate action. But if you look at the global greenhouse gas emissions, only 20% are covered by carbon pricing. Now just imagine the global impact in terms of new revenues while cutting greenhouse gas emissions if more countries adopted this strategy and would introduce a carbon pricing and dedicate a fair share of their revenues to developing countries and emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, we must double down our efforts and have the courage of creative solutions. Let's work together to restore the promise that tomorrow will be better than today for all people on this planet. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Commission of the European Union, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Prime Minister of Nepal, speaking on behalf of the group of least developed countries.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you, Madam President, for convening this SDG summit. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of the least developed countries. Madam President, halfway to 2030 deadline, we are seriously off track in achieving SDGs. The global crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and geopolitical tension are further pushing out hard-earned progress into peril. According to the UN Secretary General's SDG report, more than half of the world is left behind, most from LDCs. The SDG are in dire need of a rescue plan. We all know 12 of the 17 goals and at least 18 of the 169 targets refer explicitly to LDCs, recognizing the importance of addressing their development challenges. And yet, foreign direct investment flows to LDCs saw a decline of about 30% in 2022 as compared to 2021. Investment in infrastructure, renewable energy, water and sanitation, food security, health and education suffered a significant blow. The average external debt of LDCs rose from 41% in 2011 to 54% in 2022. The high cost of borrowing facing these countries has not only inhibited investment in SDGs, but also raised the risk of debt crisis. However, we have not lost our faith, nor have we derailed our commitment. We have continued to make maximum effort to strengthen and mobilize our domestic resource and institutions. But acting alone will not be enough. Commitment and support of international community for adoption of Doha Program of Action was significant. More investment in people, support for structural transformation, and achieving rapid and sustainable recovery from COVID pandemic will be necessary for achieving SDGs. Massive scaling up of affordable finance to LDCs, including through the SDG stimulus package, is crucial. Addressing the debt distress of LDCs by 2025 and providing coordinated and appropriate debt solution in a timely manner must remain an urgent priority. We also urge the developed countries to scale up and fulfill their commitment to providing 0.7% of GNP as ODA to developing countries and 0.15 to 0.20% to the LDCs. This is critical as finance is the fuel that drives the SDG progress, and the achievement of SDG in LDCs defines its success or failure. Madam President, speaking in my national capacity, I would like to share with this august gathering that materializing SDG is Nepal's top development priority. The SDGs have been integrated into our national policy and plan. We are committed to eradicating poverty and reducing inequality in the line with 2030 agenda and the principle of leaving no one behind. We remain committed to ensuring a smooth, sustainable, and irreversible graduation from LDC category by 2026. Our commitment to the Paris Agreement is steadfast, and so is our goal to reach net zero scenario by 2045. We call for adequate support from our development partners to complement our national efforts. To conclude, we must ensure that this summit renews and revitalizes our SDG promises. We must reinvigorate the sense of hope and optimism and accelerate action for achieving 2030 agenda. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of Nepal, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa, speaking on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, it's an honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. Our recently concluded preparatory meetings for the 4th International Conference on SIDS affirms the unwavering commitment of SIDS to implementing the 2030 Agenda as we chart a 10-year plan for a resilient and prosperous future for our peoples. We recognize that the journey for us will be tough and daunting at times, but we are prepared and have a strong resolve to achieve this. However, we do also recognize and acknowledge that we cannot do this on our own. Climate change, the global financial crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, and geopolitical tensions have taught us that we are even more closely connected than we wish to acknowledge. If we are going to uphold and deliver our strong commitment to leave no one behind and reaching the furthest behind first, we will have to leave nationalism behind and urgently put action to the rhetoric that we have been propagating for the past 8 years. Faced with continuous and multiple crises, And without the ability to address these in any substantial and sustainable way, we need to take urgent action on the climate change front. More climate financing, drastic cuts and reduction in greenhouse emissions. 1.5 is non-negotiable. Everyone is feeling the mighty impacts. COP28 needs to be a game changer. Results must emanate from it. Loss and damage funds needs to be fully operationalized and financed. We need progressive movement from the global stocktake, and state parties need to enhance NDCs. Second, undertake urgent reform of the governance structure and overall working of the international finance architecture. It is time for change. We need a system that would be able to respond more appropriately to the varied dynamics countries face today that go beyond GDP, that considers various vulnerabilities and other aspects, that would look to utilize the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index, Bridgetown Initiative, and all other measures that facilitate a more holistic and comprehensive insight into a country's true circumstances. This reform must also allow for more inclusive participation and decision-making. Finally, urgently address high indebtedness in SIDS. This can no longer be ignored. There needs to be a concerted effort to address this. We continually find ourselves in a revolving door between debt and recurring debt due to our continuous and constant response to economic, environmental, and social shocks caused by external factors. AOSIS is ready to be bold and focused on how we approach the next 7 years to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs. We believe we can do this together as the international community. We must begin to earnestly address our global development issues if we are going to begin speaking of a summit of the future and for future generations. The sad reality, if we don't take care of today, for many of us, there will be no tomorrow. In closing, Madam President, I appeal to you all to take a pause and let us join forces to make 2030 a year that we can all be proud of. Be assured that AOSIS will be there making our contribution. We are fully committed. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa, and now give the floor to His Excellency Vuchuk, Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, speaking on behalf of the country's members of the Eurasian Economic Union that are Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and the Russian Federation.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые главы государств и правительств, дамы и господа, от имени государств-членов Евразийского экономического союза, ЕАЭС, а также в качестве представителя государства-председателя в органах ЮАЭС в 2023 году хотел бы проинформировать о том, как развитие процессов экономической интеграции в рамках Евразийского экономического союза содействует достижению государствами-членами ЕАЭС цели устойчивого развития. ЕАЭС является экономическим интеграционным объединением, региональным объединением, в рамках которого обеспечивается свобода движения товаров, услуг, капитала и рабочей силы. Основной задачей ЕАЭС является повышение благосостояния граждан его государств-членов. С этой целью ведется работа по формированию общих рынков ЕАЭС в отдельных сферах сотрудничества без изъятий и ограничений. Интеграционное взаимодействие служит источником развития экономик, участвующих в нем стран и является дополнительным фактором, способствующим достижению целей устойчивого развития. Государства-члены ЕАЭС отмечают положительные темпы достижения целей устойчивого развития в областях, отнесенных к сферам компетенции ЕАЭС. Значительное влияние на показатель ЦУР оказывает гарантируемая в рамках ЕАЭС свобода движения товаров. Граждане наших государств ощущают практические преимущества от организации в ЕАЭС свободы движения рабочей силы. Для трудящихся из государств-членов ЕАЭС нет необходимости в получении разрешений на работу, подтверждения документов об образовании, выданных в государствах-членах ЕС. Наши государства формируют единый рынок услуг. Около 50% всего объема услуг, оказываемых в рамках ЕАЭС, осуществляется по единым правилам. Их число постоянно растет. Для обеспечения свободы движения капитала государства-члены договорились о поэтапной гармонизации национальных законодательств в сферах регулирования финансовых рынков. Весомый вклад в достижение ЦУР государствами-членами ЕС внесла цифровая повестка ЕАЭС и запущенные цифровые проекты. Достижение ЦУР во многом связано с эффективностью реализации климатической повестки. Наши 5 стран понимают важность обеспечения всеобщего доступа к устойчивым и современным источникам энергии и принятия мер по борьбе с изменением климата. Сформирован банк климатических технологий и цифровых инициатив, в том числе касающихся учета углеродного следа, утвержден перечень критериев зеленых проектов государств-членов ЕАЭС. ЕС выступает за равноправный диалог интеграционных структур и видит в этом залог более эффективного функционирования мировой экономической архитектуры. Также высоко ценим внимание к вопросам регионального сотрудничества со стороны ООН, ее региональных комиссий и организаций системы ООН. Выражаем заинтересованность в изучении лучшего мирового опыта по реформированию отраслей экономики, направленного на достижение целей устойчивого развития, что является особенно важным в свете предстоящего определения стратегии дальнейшего развития ЕАЭС. Достижение цели устойчивого развития – общее дело, ради которого необходимо объединять усилия и мобилизовать существующие ресурсы всем участникам международных отношений. В национальном качестве хотел бы отметить следующее. Согласно с неутешительными оценками секретариата ООН прогресса в достижении ЦУР, среди причин сложившейся ситуации мы видим допущенные США и Европейским Союзом просчеты в макроэкономической политике в период пандемии, форсированное озеленение экономики без учета социальных эффектов мер по декарбонизации и их экономической эффективности, нежелание доноров выполнять взятые на себя обязательства перед развивающимися странами. Негативный эффект усилила политика незаконных односторонних санкций, которой уделяется незаслуженно малое внимание в всех ООН. Таким образом, развивающиеся страны стали заложниками ситуации. Россия, вопреки давлению, продолжит оставаться ответственным поставщиком продовольствия, удобрений и энергоресурсов. Понимаем их важность для развивающихся стран Азии, Африки, Латинской Америки и Ближнего Востока в контексте улучшения соответствующих показателей целей устойчивого развития. Убеждены, что дальнейший прогресс в деле обеспечения продовольственной и энергетической безопасности будет во многом зависеть от укрепления международных партнерств, денополизации рынков сопутствующих услуг и создания альтернативных систем проведения платежей, страхования, транспорта и логистики. Что касается реализации повестки 2030 в нашей стране, ее положение интегрировано в национальное законодательство. По каждой ЦУР в России в последние годы показывается позитивная динамика, нацеленная на прогресс по всем 3 аспектам устойчивого развития – экономическим, социальным, природоохранным. Убеждены, что для выхода на позитивную глобальную динамику по ЦУР необходимо вернуться к уважительному диалогу между государствами, базирующимися на суверенном равенстве всех членов международного сообщества и уважении Устава ООН во всех его полноте. Полная версия выступления от имени ЕС и национальном качестве передана в секретариат ООН. Спасибо.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation and now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, speaking on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam President, I'm pleased to deliver a statement on behalf of the ASEAN member states. ASEAN is strongly committed to achieve the SDGs in our region. We will continue to promote, in complementarities with ASEAN Community Vision 2025, including in our work toward ASEAN Community Vision 2045. In this ever-challenging and uncertain global environment, we are committed to strengthen our resilience and capabilities. Allow me to highlight ASEAN efforts in advancing this commitment. First, we remain steadfast in our work to narrowing development gap, enhancing SDGs localization, while empowering youth, women, elderly persons, MSMEs, and migrant workers. Second, we commit to achieve a resilient ASEAN community and work together to increase investment in human resources development, improving regional health architecture, and to better prepare for future pandemic. At the same time, furthering effort to build resilient regional economic architecture supported by digital transformation, resilient supply chain, and sustainable energy security. We also reaffirm our support to the strengthening of multilateralism with the UN at its core by solidifying adherence to the principle of the UN Charter. And we emphasize our resolve to bring the trajectory of SDGs implementation back to track. Madam President, let me speak on my national capacity. The current global order is simply unfit to provide equal opportunity for the global South. As a result, we are tremendously off track to meet the SDGs by 2030. We have no other option other than to create conducive environment where developing countries can grow and make developmental leaps. We need to put an end to trade discrimination. The global South must have the opportunity to develop downstream industry. As ASEAN chair this year, Indonesia set the foundation for ASEAN to be the regional hub for EV and battery manufacture, to play bigger role in global supply chain, to foster green economy, and to make Southeast Asia as an epicentrum of growth. Madam President, our target for 2030 is imminent. We need a renewed sense of focus and determination, and the time is now. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico, speaking also on behalf of Indonesia, the Republic of Korea, Turkey, and Australia, MICTA.
It is my honor, Madam President, to deliver this statement on behalf of MICTA members, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Australia, and my own country, Mexico. 10 years ago, in the sidelines of the 68th UN General Assembly, our 5 countries agreed to establish a platform to foster cross-regional dialogue, boost mutual understanding, identify avenues for cooperation, and promote an inclusive and resilient world. We emphasize the importance of a strong and coordinated response to current challenges, both at regional and global levels. Thanks to its participation in forums such as G20, WTO, and the UN, MICTA has given special attention to foster effective, transparent, and inclusive and people-oriented multilateralism. At the halfway point of Agenda 2030, MICTA is really concerned that the world is off track in the progress to achieve SDGs. Therefore, the SDG Summit presents a key opportunity to consolidate the global pledge to propel efforts towards the accomplishment of the 2030 Agenda as the globally agreed blueprint for sustainable future. MICTA members reiterate their commitment to promote sustainable development worldwide and to achieve the 2030 Agenda. And as such, our 5 countries have presented their voluntary national reviews demonstrating the unwavering support to SDG progress. Furthermore, the group recognizes the valuable contributions of multi-stakeholders such as civil society, academia, parliaments, and the private sector and local governments. Therefore, we will continue to open spaces for their continuous engagement. MICTA believes that individual efforts will not be sufficient to overcome the obstacles that stem from current crisis. Only coordinated actions can translate into constructive and effective solutions. Thanks to its cross-regional membership and its potential areas of economic development, MICTA is well placed to act as a bridge builder to create synergies that propel the value of circular and creative economies to channel the contributions of people. The achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls is a core priority of MICTA. Our group reaffirms its support for increased international cooperation to achieve SDGs, including working together to mobilize all sources of financing for development and to bridge capacities gaps needed to achieve Agenda 2030. MICTA underscores the need for affordable, adequate, and accessible financing from all sources, in particular harnessing the potential of innovative financing, particularly from the private sector, blended finance, investment, and SDG-linked bonds. Before concluding, Madam President, we reiterate that SDGs will remain at the core of our agenda. Hence, MICTA reiterates its commitment to strengthen our cooperation within and beyond our membership, to mobilize collective efforts and to foster collaboration with a clear objective of leaving no one behind. Let me turn to my Mexican capacity for a moment. Turn to Spanish, by the way. México tiene un índice de cumplimiento de 69.7% de acuerdo con el reporte de Naciones Unidas de 2023. Desde hace 5 años, en México hemos puesto en el centro de las políticas públicas el bienestar de las personas. Gracias al combate a la corrupción, a una mayor eficiencia del gasto público y al incremento de la recaudación sin subir impuestos ni contraer deuda, hoy 7 de cada 10 hogares reciben recursos públicos a través de programas sociales como pensiones universales a adultos mayores, becas para estudiantes y apoyos para elevar la producción en el campo. 2 ejemplos. El programa Sembrando Vida, con una inversión de $1.600 millones, representa el esfuerzo de reforestación productiva más grande del mundo. Tiene como objetivo contribuir al bienestar de 500.000 de sembradores y sembradoras a través del impulso de la autosuficiencia alimentaria. Atendemos la pobreza rural y la degradación ambiental. Y segundo, Jóvenes Construyendo el Futuro, que es una experiencia de los centros de trabajo con la energía de los jóvenes para impulsar oportunidades laborales. En este programa se ha invertido más de $5.000 millones y se ha capacitado a más de 2.600.000 jóvenes para que nunca más en México podamos actuar sin los jóvenes. La política social del Gobierno de México, acompañada de factores económicos importantes como los máximos en inversión extranjera, en empleo y de un incremento del salario mínimo del 90%, han permitido sacar de la pobreza a más de 5 millones de mexicanos. Podemos rendir buenas cuentas en el que quizás el ODS más apremienta de alcanzar, el que corresponde al fin de la pobreza, porque como dice el presidente López Obrador, por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. Ratificamos el compromiso para alcanzar los ODS. En un mes convocaremos a la Convención Nacional sobre Agenda 2030 por parte de la Secretaría de Economía. Seguiremos movilizando recursos domésticos, pero hacemos un llamado para incrementar el financiamiento y las inversiones y alinear la arquitectura financiera internacional para aliviar la deuda, emitir derechos especiales de giro, especialmente para el sur global, y sobre todo a países de ingreso medio y los pequeños estados insulares. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico. The forum has heard the last speaker in the plenary segment and has thus completed the program of work for this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
And dreamed of being a doctor. But her parents' last remaining cattle had just died in the drought. Elizabeth's dad, Moses, told me the only way he could ensure Elizabeth's survival was through offering her for early marriage. Moses simply could not afford to feed and educate Elizabeth. Moses looked me straight in the eye. He asked me a question I will never forget. He said this: "In my position, what would you do?" World Vision staff intervened, we gave financial support, and Elizabeth is thankfully back at school. This is a story of threatened futures repeated the world over, and we cannot stand by. We know that fulfilling child rights delivers a substantive return on investment for societies. So why are essential services that support children being deprioritised? The only way to get the SDGs back on track is to put children at the very heart of our efforts. That's why we call on all member states and all partners to put children first, to promote the rights of all marginalised children and champion girls' rights, to support children's meaningful participation. This Wednesday evening, World Vision is launching our new global campaign that we call Enough. It's an ambitious call to end child hunger and malnutrition. It's about enough nutritious food, enough funding, enough political will. We say enough. No child will suffer from hunger if we act together now. World Vision is the largest child-focused NGO, but we need your partnership and we welcome your partnership. Together, we must say enough for children like Elizabeth across the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the President of World Vision for his moving statement. And with this, we have finished our interventions and statements, and I would like to finish the first leaders' dialogue in this room, and to sum up saying that thank you so much for these sincere interventions. Thank you for sharing us your commitment, but also your concerns and your challenges regarding the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are all committed for the fulfillment of the for the SDGs. And I would like to highlight that I believe that we all proved with our interventions that education is the only way out of poverty, demographics is key to sustainability, and comprehensive health is a decisive element of our everyday lives. So once again, thank you so much for all the participants of the Leaders Dialogue 1 on scaling up actions on key transitions to accelerate SDG progress, and a very good continuation for you all. So this part of the summit is now over.
the speakers, no? So we really cut off.
the same function. Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, could you kindly take your seats? Leaders Dialogue 2 is about to begin.
Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I call to order Leaders Dialogue 2 of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly, the SDG Summit on Building Resilience and Leaving No One Behind. Let me take this opportunity to cordially welcome all of you to this Leaders Dialogue. I'm honored to serve as your co-moderator together with His Excellency Philippe J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. As a brief background on the theme, marginalized population groups are negatively affected most by slow progress or even regression on SDGs. Transformative actions must give priority to the well-being of those left farthest behind and improve resilience to shocks and systemic challenges such as climate change. We know investment in social protection, quality education, and universal health care, and the empowerment of women and girls are catalysts with strong multiplier effects, not only in terms of enhancing the capability and resilience of those left behind, but also building inclusive and resilient societies for achieving sustainable development goals. This dialogue will focus on how we can scale up actions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now deliver some reflections on the theme. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored to speak to this distinguished audience at the United Nations. At today's session of the SDG Summit, we will explore different perspectives on building resilience. This focus on resilience resonates very strongly across the world. Actually, in my view, resilience should even be voted as the word of the year. In the 8 years since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, we have all witnessed many barriers to global progress due to conflicts, natural disasters, climate change, and the global pandemic. They all have cascading and devastating effects on socio-economic conditions, particularly in developing countries. Against this backdrop, what have we learned? What should we do to build resilience? let me share a few examples from my own country. In times of crisis, investing in social resilience and social safety nets is particularly important to ensure that no one is left behind. In Poland, our priority is to provide support especially to persons in vulnerable situations, as well as families, children, and older persons. Poland's solidarity and social resilience was best manifested by the remarkable assistance to Ukrainian refugees fleeing the Russian aggression. We have made every effort to integrate refugees into our national systems of healthcare, education, and employment. Secondly, resilience of Poland is also embodied by transitions and adaptation. The war in Europe exposed, among many other challenges, the necessity for enhanced and trust-based collaboration in energy sector. Our answer to this has been investing in diversification of energy supplies and promoting just transition. On top of solidarity and the adaptive capacity, resilience also manifests itself by connectivity. I want to underline that infrastructure connections remain the backbone of socio-economic progress everywhere. Earlier this year, Poland tabled the UN General Assembly resolution on the topic of building global resilience and promoting sustainable development through regional and interregional infrastructure connectivity. Finally, in modern times, resilience is not possible without technological progress. Digitalization of healthcare in Poland serves as one example of how new technologies can be used to positive effect. I'm convinced that digital government initiatives such as e-health, e-administration, and e-taxes will be further developed as they help our people in everyday life. We are ready to share these solutions with our partners in the spirit of solidarity, as we already do in the field of tax systems. We are here at the SDG Summit to provide our political guidance on how to accelerate socio-economic progress. Poland's strategic vision of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda was presented on the occasion of voluntary international review in July this year. Let me underline some of our commitments. My country will spare no efforts to reduce the rates of poverty nationwide, including poverty in families, especially those with many children. Poland will also continue to strengthen policy coherence, governance, and institutional capacity for sustainable development. Furthermore, we will continue to advance a fair and just energy transition, including by the development of renewable energy sources and nuclear energy. It is my belief that our discussions today will revive our collective determination to preserve development gains and the prospects for global progress. Thank you. I now invite my co-moderator, His Excellency Philippe J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, to make his opening remarks.
Thank you, President Judah. It's my honor as well to serve with you as co-chair of this dialogue. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. As leaders, we know all too well that the essence of our mandate is to build resilience and leave no one behind. We gather today against the backdrop of persistent and escalating crises that expose our vulnerabilities. As leader of a small island developing state, my own commitment of putting people first is my guiding principle for advancing St. Lucia's developmental agenda. The structural vulnerabilities that St. Lucia and other cities face are constantly compounded by new and emerging challenges. The adverse impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, geopolitical tensions and conflicts, and consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic have amplified the need to build resilience as a top priority to secure development gains and leave no one behind. For St. Lucia, the changing risk landscape requires building resilience across social, economic, political, financial, and ecological systems. As a government, our focus is to promote equity and enhance the well-being and capacity of poor and vulnerable households within St. Lucia. All of this is aimed at protecting their consumption, investing in their future, and contributing meaningfully to national sustainable development. The government of St. Lucia remains committed to ensuring an enabling environment that facilitates a broad range of social protection actions and programs within society to address the challenges and build resilience across the economic, social, and environmental landscape. At this halfway point towards 2040, it is imperative that we capitalize on all opportunities to build resilience, reduce risks, and accelerate sustainable development. We must strengthen solidarity and cooperation among nations to ensure that no one, no citizen, no ecosystem is left behind. We are well aware of the intersectional and transnational nature of our crises. What we need is action and the commitment of those who have the capacity to deliver. The time is now to give real meaning to building resilience and leaving no one behind. Colleagues, leaders, our capacities vary, our realities are different, but we do have a common agenda. We are here to advance the best interests of all our people. I now look forward to hearing from you on how we can enhance resilience, ensure a people-centered and rights-based approach to sustainable development, and what concrete actions can be pursued to safeguard the well-being of all, leaving no one behind. Distinguished participants, we will now proceed to hear statements by those inscribed on the list of speakers. Before calling on the first speaker, may I remind delegations that statements are strictly limited to 3 minutes. Due to the high interest in the dialogue and to ensure that all speakers can deliver their statements in the limited time available, the 3-minute limit will be observed. Should speakers exceed this limit, the microphone will be automatically deactivated after a short grace period of 10 seconds. We apologize in advance if speakers are cut off. To assist speakers in managing their time, a countdown clock will be visible on the screen. When the clock signifies that the 3 minutes have been exhausted, speakers are kindly requested to conclude their statements. Delegations can submit full versions of longer interventions to the Secretariat for posting on the SDG Summit website. I now give the floor to His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia.
Bien, un saludo a la mesa que organiza esta reunión, cumbre de los ODS, y a todos y todas ustedes. Indudablemente, si hacemos un balance de nuestra última reunión hace un año, y los problemas de la humanidad se han agravado. La guerra sigue, la pobreza y el hambre están en aumento, la crisis del clima muestra uno de los niveles más feroces este año que los anteriores, y los objetivos de cumplir con los ODS están más lejanos que nunca en el horizonte de la humanidad. Todo eso se concentra quizás en un indicador fundamental, el éxodo humano en el planeta. Crecen los millones, las millones de personas que en caravanas, en forma multitudinaria, cruzan mares y selvas en medio de sufrimientos catastróficos para llegar del sur al norte. La magnitud del éxodo es quizás el indicador más importante y transparente de los fracasos de los gobiernos del mundo. ¿Qué hacer si la crisis arrecia en la humanidad? Yo les propondría dos cosas. Una es que tengamos tiempo de pensar, de concentrarnos, de debatir entre los pueblos del mundo. Ese tiempo nos lo quita la guerra. Naciones Unidas y la humanidad tienen que acelerar el camino para acabar las guerras ya. Les propongo en concreto hacer dos conferencias de paz, una sobre la guerra en Ucrania y otra sobre el conflicto sobre Palestina, porque uno y otro se parecen. Acabar la guerra tiene un sentido, tener el tiempo para repensar, y creo que este es el núcleo fundamental para solucionar una crisis integral, la reestructuración del sistema financiero mundial. El FMI puede emitir derechos especiales de giro para pagar a los dueños de la deuda en el mundo, una parte sustancial de ella. Y con los espacios liberados, fiscales y financieros, con fondos públicos en cada país, podemos adelantar un gran plan Marshall para solucionar los elementos fundamentales de la crisis climática y alcanzar sustancialmente los objetivos ODS en el milenio en esta época. Reestructurar el sistema financiero mundial se vuelve un imperativo categórico para la humanidad.
I thank the President of the Republic of Colombia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Chandra Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Co-Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The multiple global and national crises, such as the debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the impact of the raging war in Ukraine, have challenged the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. The limited available financial and technical resources had to be allocated out of necessity for many urgencies just to make sure that no one was left behind in my country. At the national level, these crises have also had a negative impact on the resilience of our people. Mr. Chair, at the global level, we have seen also that many countries with many people were left behind. These crises have demonstrated that we still live in an unequal world, and in this regard, Suriname has made efforts to integrally mainstream the SDGs in its national policies and planning frameworks. For this reason, Suriname has established a National SDG Commission and an SDG platform with participation of all stakeholders. My government has prioritized providing financial support to those vulnerable groups in our societies, also in remote areas of the countries. In this context of leaving no one behind, our Parliament is working on a revised civil code which will focus on the importance of gender equality and equity. Suriname is in process of establishing a child ombudsman institution, reaffirming its commitment to the ratification of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The government of Suriname has undertaken, with UNDP support, the digital readiness assessment providing access to free Wi-Fi in schools. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, at youth level, the SDG Youth Ambassador Program has been established, and recently the chairman of this program was elected, and also a youth council was elected and installed. We express our appreciation to the United Nations for the financial support of the SDG-funded Agri-Food System Transformation Accelerator Program to support the Pineapple Project, which will not only be good source for vitamin and food security, but also create jobs and income for especially women in specific rural areas. Mr. Chair, the government has also committed itself to the holistic management of our water resources through integrated water management system. And we are continuing to diversify our economy by supporting the micro, small, and medium enterprises. In closing, Mr. Chair, all I want to reiterate is that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is real, a daily problem which needs to be addressed also. Despite all these challenges, Suriname remains committed to the spirit behind and real objectives of the agreed SDGs. Let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. As a carbon-negative country, we feel that it is our responsibility and obligation to protect our planet, and we deliver our part for this and future generations. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Excellency Maia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, as we convene today, it is undeniably evident that our world stands at a critical juncture. We all know the bitter truth. The Sustainable Development Goals are off track to meet the 2030 deadline. I believe that every nation, regardless of its size or developmental stage, must now step up its contribution towards achieving the SDGs. As President of the Republic of Moldova, let me assure you that my country is committed to contributing to the successful realization of the rescue plan for people and planet. I must confess that the past few years have not been easy for us. While still recovering from the socio-economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, Moldova was severely affected by the consequences of Russia's aggression of Ukraine, which still causes today unprecedented challenges to our security, to our energy supply, and to our economy. Yet, despite all difficulties, we still managed to improve our ranking in the Sustainable Development Goal Index by 20 positions in this period. From 48th place in 2021, we now rank 25th. This crisis has forced us to accelerate the search for solutions, to overcome present-day difficulties, and to build resilience in preparation for future crises that might arise. With the generous support of our partners, we diversified sources of energy supply, protected the most vulnerable from rising energy prices, took steps to increase energy efficiency, and are currently pursuing renewable sources. It was also last year that we achieved important progress in modernizing existing roads and bridges, and even building new ones, thus, in the short term, helping maintain supply routes to and from Ukraine, but also for the longer term, contributing to the development of sustainable cities and communities. It is with these lessons that in June, our government adopted the national plan, Building European Moldova, that is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, with each of the 20 actions contained in the plan directly contributing to progress on 1, 2, or 3 SDGs. The plan is based on the historical transformative choice that our people have made, that the future of Moldova is in the European Union, that there lies the promise and guarantee for democracy, prosperity, security, and peace. Allow me to give you only a few examples. One priority action refers to enhancing the energy efficiency of residential buildings and public buildings in the social sphere. This will contribute to SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, and to SDG 13, climate action. Another priority area seeks to reform the social assistance system.
I thank the President of the Republic of Moldova. I apologize for it. I now give the floor to His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic.
Distintos senhores co-presidentes, excelências, encontramos-nos a meio do percurso do calendário da Agenda 2030 e continuamos a perder terreno. O contexto é crítico, crises múltiplas, pandemia, guerra, impactos devastadores e desiguais, afetando sobretudo países em desenvolvimento e grupos vulneráveis. Temos de agir. Temos de garantir mais resultados e rapidez para os roteiros nacionais dos SDGs. Mais resilientes, mais justos, mais verdes, mais capazes de prevenir riscos de catástrofes, mais inclusivos, mais promotores dos direitos das mulheres, da solidariedade entre gerações, da integração dos migrantes e da participação dos jovens. Apoiamos, em Portugal, a realização de uma cimeira social mundial bem-sucedida e com resultados visíveis. Avançamos no nosso país com a neutralidade carbónica para 2045, para a redução de emissões de carbono insustentáveis, para 60% de energias renováveis em 2030 e já 80% de eletricidade em 2026. Chamamos a atenção para a importância da ligação entre o clima e os oceanos, para a redução das catástrofes, para a proteção civil preventiva, para o sistema integrado de combate às desigualdades provocadas pelas catástrofes. Apoiamos o alerta precoce para todos do secretário-geral António Guterres. Pensamos que é essencial o financiamento acrescido mundial aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Avançamos com um projeto piloto com Cabo Verde, que é um projeto multiplicável noutros países, nomeadamente em África, de conversão da dívida pública em investimento num fundo climático e ambiental. Temos muito tempo perdido. Tempo demais perdido. Não podemos defraudar o legado para as gerações futuras. É nosso dever honrar o compromisso da Agenda 2030. Em nome da humanidade e do planeta. Não podemos falhar. Não vamos falhar.
I thank the President of the Portuguese Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lazarus Makafi Shanwera, President of the Republic of Malawi.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, halfway to the year 2030, it is clear that there is slow progress in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, especially in developing countries like Malawi. For us, our progress has been consistently challenged by the escalating frequency and severity of shocks. Since 2015, Malawi has faced 4 cyclones, droughts, COVID-19, the worst cholera outbreak in our history, and the adverse economic effects of the war in Eastern Europe. Collectively, these have had devastating impacts on our economy. Not only have these shocks eroded our hard-earned development gains, they have also plunged many of our citizens deeper into poverty. And to make matters worse, at a time when debt should be canceled for the collective good of freeing resources for SDG advancement, we are forced to go deeper into debt to keep our economies from collapsing under the weight of crippling inflation and interest rates. Take Malawi, for instance. In March of this year, Tropical Cyclone Freddy affected over 2.2 million people, displaced more than 650,000 people, killed over 1,000 people, and caused economic losses of worth over $500 million. Yet, with mountains of debt shackling our efforts to build resilience and achieve sustainability, our hopes of success in SDG attainment are marginal at best. And so we must address these restraints on Malawi's progress, just as not a matter of national interest alone. It is a moral imperative for the international community. One key accelerator for SDG attainment we must exploit is cutting-edge technology. We can revolutionize key sectors outlined in the Doha Program of Action, such as trade, health, agriculture. Digital platforms and e-commerce can empower least developed countries to access global markets on equitable terms. Infrastructure, smart solutions, digital connectivity can bridge gaps and promote inclusivity and accessibility. Technological innovations are amazing at bolstering inclusive development. And this is what we are doing with our farmers, irrigation, electricity access, solar incentives, and minimum wage. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Malawi for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، يسعدني أن أشارككم حواركم الرفيع هذا حول أجندة التنمية المستدامة التي تتخلف بلادي عن ركاب الوفاء بالتزاماتها تحت ضغط ظروف الحرب القاهرة والأزمة الإنسانية العميقة التي تستمر الميليشيات الحوثية في مفاقمتها للعام التاسع بدعم من النظام الإيراني. السيدات والسادة، لقد قلبت الحرب في بلادي الأولويات رأسا على عقب لتصبح معها بعض الأجندة التنموية التي كانت ضرورية في الأوضاع الطبيعية إلى هامش الاحتياجات الأساسية المتمثلة بالغذاء والدواء والماء والكهرباء، خصوصا في ظل توقف الصادرات النفطية منذ عام كامل بسبب هجمات الميليشيات الإرهابية على الموانئ النفطية. منذ أيام عاد ملايين من الأطفال إلى مدارسهم في ظروف بالغة القسوة مع انهيار شبكة الحماية الحكومية اللازمة لتحسين أوضاع قطاع التعليم الذي يتسرب منه سنويا أعداد هائلة من الفتيان والفتيات. السيدات والسادة، إن الحديث عن أجندة التنمية المستدامة التي تضمن المشاركة المجتمعية في بلادي وتوظيف التكنولوجيا لخلق فرص عمل وتجويد الحياة بات ضربا من المستحيل في مناطق سيطرة الميليشيات الكثيفة السكان باعتبارها تدخلا أجنبيا ناعما كما تدعي تلك الميليشيات متخادمة مع تنظيم القاعدة وداعش. السيدات والسادة، هناك إجراءات وخطط واعدة لمجلس القيادة الرئاسي والحكومة على صعيد تحسين الخدمات والبنية التحتية وتمكين النساء وتفعيل دور أجهزة تنفيذ القانون. وهناك دعم يقدم لحكومتي من قبل الأخوة الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة والإمارات العربية المتحدة والتي مكنتنا من تقديم هذه الخدمات، ونتطلع إلى أن نتحول قضية الإغاثة الإنسانية إلى قضية التنمية المستدامة. شكرا لكم، ونتمنى أن تحظى اليمن بدعم دولي من كافة المؤسسات الدولية لكي تتمكن من العودة إلى أهداف التنمية المستدامة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. This holds true for our meeting here today. And it also holds true for our joint efforts to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. 2030 is only 7 years away. And as we have heard from the Secretary General, we are currently not on track. So I will focus my remarks on 2 proposals that could help us get back on track. My first point is financing. Germany stands by its commitments. We are the second largest donor of official development assistance in the world. Last year, we once again surpassed the 0.7% goal. And during our G7 presidency last year, we set up the Global Alliance for Food Security. In total, Germany provided €5 billion to address the most tragic global repercussions of Russia's war against Ukraine's hunger. But national development budgets alone won't be sufficient. That is why we are working to reform the international financial architecture, especially the World Bank. Our goal is to improve its ability to fight poverty and to finance global public goods. In this regard, Germany strongly supports innovative financing instruments. For the first time ever, we will provide over €300 million of hybrid capital. This capital will serve to leverage the World Bank's investment for an up to 8-fold return. We also need to address the soaring debt crisis in many developing countries. Debt transparency plays a key role here, as does the full implementation of the G20 framework for debt restructuring by all. My second point concerns trade and how to join forces with the private sector. According to the WHO, the number of people living in absolute poverty worldwide has fallen by 3/4 since 1990. That tremendous success is due to the positive effects of globalization. Today, the global move towards renewable energy and efforts to diversify supply chains provide new opportunities for economic development. Germany, and that includes our business sector, supports the idea that the first stage of processing should take place in the countries where raw materials are found or where renewable energy is being produced. We promote this through targeted cooperation agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of essence, and so is confidence in what we can achieve together.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. And now I give the floor to His Excellency John Britannia, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize.
Excellencies, Belize is deeply troubled at the slow progress of implementation of the SDGs. While ongoing crises are deterring our efforts, systemic inequities at global levels have long been undermining our aspirations. Today, I reaffirm Belize's unwavering commitment to achieving the SDGs. These goals remain the only ambitious, universally agreed blueprint to achieve an equitable and sustainable future for all. The highest priority for my government is reducing poverty. Belize commits to reducing poverty by 50% by 2030, in alignment with the fundamental principle of leaving no one behind. We are committed to redoubling our actions to build resilience and ensure that everyone wins by implementing the National Energy Policy, the National Land Use Policy, develop a comprehensive industrial strategy that integrates green and blue industrial policies, achieve protection of 30% of the marine space by 2026, including protection of 20% of the coral reef, implement our national blue economic policy. We further commit to reducing land degradation through our land restoration strategy, mitigate biodiversity loss via the revised national biodiversity strategy, implement integrated water resource management approaches, and foster agroforestry systems. By 2024, implement a national risk management plan supplemented by disaster-specific strategies for hurricanes, floods, and droughts. By 2025, finalize a special education policy, expand the free education policy programs in impoverished areas, implement early childhood development investments, expand adult remedial initiatives. Approve by 2024 a costed social program, social protection strategy. Implement by 2026 our national digital agenda to modernize governance. To accelerate achievement of all SDGs, we will legally establish and resource an empowered sustainable development department. Regrettably, international cooperation and development finance are not at the scale required. I reiterate Belize's urgent call for reform of the international financial architecture and the adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index. The SDGs is a collective commitment. Taiwan and other partners are supporting our pursuit, and I call others to join us in inclusivity, equity, and solidarity to build a sustainable future. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize. I now give the floor to His Excellency Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castellón, President of the Government of Spain. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Señor Presidente, señoras y señores, las sucesivas crisis globales a las que nos enfrentamos han puesto de manifiesto la importancia de articular mecanismos conjuntos para progresar y responder a los más vulnerables. Hemos aprendido que construimos sociedades más fuertes, solidarias o resilientes, o no estaremos bien preparados para acometer las profundas transformaciones que necesitamos para alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y encarar el futuro de progreso y prosperidad. Esta vez, en consecuencia, no podemos fallar. La década para la acción no está perdida y debemos actuar. Y así lo ha entendido mi país. En el plano doméstico, en estos años hemos dedicado ingentes esfuerzos económicos para armar un escudo social robusto que protegiera a los más vulnerables. Y hemos puesto en marcha profundas reformas, implementado políticas públicas en el ámbito del empleo, la educación, la salud, la igualdad de género, la inclusión social, la digitalización y la lucha contra la emergencia climática sin que nadie quede atrás. Y hemos hecho de las políticas de prevención y de reducción de riesgos una prioridad, que incluyen la publicación del marco de gestión del riesgo de catástrofes en España. Y en el plano internacional, y con una firme convicción, mi país seguirá contribuyendo de manera decisiva a los distintos instrumentos de Naciones Unidas para avanzar en el cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030 y hacer realidad los ODS en el mundo. Hemos dotado de una nueva ley de cooperación internacional en que nos comprometemos a dedicar el 0,7% de nuestra renta nacional bruta a la ayuda oficial al desarrollo en el año 2030 y, además, durante el periodo 2024-2027 realizaremos nuevas aportaciones financieras. Uno, aumentaremos nuestra contribución al Fondo Conjunto ODS, del que ya somos el segundo donante, llegando a los 120 millones de euros. Apoyaremos al Fondo Internacional de Desarrollo Agrícola con 20 millones de euros para seguir reforzando la seguridad alimentaria y aspiramos a estar entre los 10 primeros donantes con nuestras contribuciones al Fondo Fiduciario para propósitos especiales y el presupuesto ordinario de las agencias entre 2024 y 2027. España quiere tener un papel activo en todo el debate que está impulsando el secretario general y por eso deseamos acoger la cuarta cumbre de financiación para el desarrollo sostenible que se celebrará en el año 2025. Queremos que tenga un impacto verdaderamente transformador y para ello debemos empezar a trabajar desde ya. Al tiempo de actuar, pues evidentemente es ahora. Aprovechemos esta importante cita para renovar con determinación y con firmeza nuestro compromiso ineludible con la Agenda 2030 y sus objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Nada más y muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Government of Spain, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Hamza Abdi Barre, Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Somalia.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, Somalia's journey towards SDG implementation is one of their determination and amidst adversity, despite the challenge of conflict and pervert worse by recurrent shocks and extreme effects of climate change, our commitment remains unyielding, and we are proud of the progress we have done so far. Mr. President, most notably, we have aligned our National Development Plan, NDP 9, with 80 out of 103 SDG indicators. And since 2017, we have strived at addressing multi-dimensional buffer and have succeeded in lowering buffer rates by 15%. We achieved a 43% reduction in maternal mortality rate and have succeeded to increase literacy rates for women aged 15 to 24 by 12.4%. Mr. President, in our relentless pursuit of DGs, Somalia is committed to take tangible actions to both national and the global level. On a national level, Somalia is committed to increase investment in education and to reduce illiteracy rate, expand access to quality education, and promote technical and vocational training. We pledge to accelerate efforts to eradicate gender-based violence and ensure greater representation of women in leadership positions. We also commit to prioritizing sustainable agriculture practice, improve water resource management, boost food security, and enhance resilience and adaptation to climate change to ensure a more sustainable future for our nation. On our global level, Somalia will actively engage in global partnerships to foster international cooperation in achieving the SDGs while taking a more active role in global advocacy and awareness-raising efforts. Mr. President, we cannot afford to wait any longer. The time for decisive actions is now. Let us commit to ensuring a better future for all of humanity. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Tajani, Vice President of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy.
Thank you, Chair. Italy is at the forefront of the effort of the international community to achieve sustainable development goals. The challenge today is in Africa. Political and economic instability, climate change, food insecurity, health crisis. These factors of crisis together have set in motion an arc of instability that goes from the Gulf of Guinea to the Gulf of Aden. Our challenge is enormous. The situation is not about to explode, it has already exploded. First, let me be very clear. The immigration issues is beyond control. The consequences of instability in so many countries is creating a flood of migrants from the Sahel region, West Africa and East Africa. Individual states or regions cannot address these challenges alone. Por eso, debemos abordar en seguridad las raíces del problema de la inmigración para solucionarlo, incluso a través de la colaboración en la seguridad alimentaria. En julio, Italia acogió en Roma, en colaboración con las Naciones Unidas, la cumbre de seguridad alimentaria. El gobierno italiano pide soluciones globales y estratégicas para abordarlos. Une chose est claire, nous devons écouter l'Afrique. Nous devons regarder l'Afrique avec des lunettes africaines, pas avec des lunettes européennes ou italiennes. En juillet, l'Italie accueillit à Rome la conférence internationale sur le développement et la migration. Nous avons lancé le processus de Rome dans le but de faire face aux causes profondes de la migration qui sont étroitement liées aux défis globaux dont on parle aujourd'hui. Notre engagement envers les objectifs de développement durable ne peut pas réussir si nous ne luttons pas sérieusement contre les trafiquants d'êtres humains qui volent l'avenir des dizaines de milliers de jeunes africains chaque jour. Des marchands de la mort qui ont transformé la Méditerranée en cimetière où l'avenir de l'Afrique meurt. We need a new global plan from the United Nations. We need a greater commitment from all partners so that the United Nations must be the center, the engine of this endeavor. Only by winning first the fight against the merchants of death, we can hope to achieve our goals from a truly sustainable development. The Italian presidency of the G7 in 2024 will be inclusive. Focus will be creating the conditions for greater collaboration with all our global partners. You can count on Italy. Thank you very much.
I thank the Vice President, the Council of Ministers. Now give the floor to His Excellency Enrique Austria Manolo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines.
Co-moderators, Excellencies, at the outset, allow me to express our deepest condolences and solidarity with the victims of the devastating earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya. These disasters reinforce the need to build resilience and leave no one behind. The Philippines commends Ireland and Qatar for co-facilitating the political declaration of the SDG summit, which we support. Guided by President Marcos' 8-point agenda, the Philippine long-term development vision and strategic framework aim for socio-economic transformation of our society to safeguard the welfare of all Filipinos. By 2028, we aspire that all communities, institutions, and the natural and built environment in the country will be more resilient to the impacts of natural hazards and climate change. As a middle-income country highly vulnerable to disasters, we utilize a well-being lens approach through which efforts on climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction contribute to increased income and decent work opportunities, improved and inclusive quality public health education, and enhanced skills and human capital for innovation and resilience. To this end, the Philippines has adopted a national climate risk management framework, a natural disaster risk and reduction management plan, and guidelines for mainstreaming disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. GeoRisk PH, a multi-government agency initiative, serves as a central information resource on natural hazards and risk assessment. And when disasters strike, Plan Smart Ready to Rebuild is a national planning tool for disaster rehabilitation and recovery throughout the country. Keenly aware that the challenges of sustainable development and resilience building require sharing of best practices, the Philippines is hosting the 2024 Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction. As a reliable partner in building a healthier, more prosperous, and resilient tomorrow for future generations, the Philippines is ready to play its role so that sustainable is attainable and achieving the SDGs becomes a lasting reality. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arat Mirazoyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia.
Honorable moderators, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this important event to reflect on the achievements and challenges in the path of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Armenia remains strongly committed to the implementation of 2030 Agenda. Our ambitious reform agenda places people in the center of the government policies and strategies. We place an emphasis on good governance and transparency, building representative and accountable state institutions, and promoting zero tolerance against corruption. The institutional reforms have already been instrumental in attracting investments and promoting significant economic growth at 12.3% in 2022. Armenia's progress is also reflected in a number of well-known international indexes, scoring 54 points in freedom in the World Report, 49th place in the World Press Freedom, and 63rd in Transparency International's 2022 Corruption Perceptions Index. Ladies and gentlemen, none of the states can achieve sustainable development unilaterally, and it demands regional and international synergy. In this regard, maintaining regional peace and stability plays an instrumental role, and establishing peace in the South Caucasus is an absolute priority of our government. Unfortunately, continuous acts of aggression against the sovereign territory of Armenia, warmongering and hateful rhetoric of the highest leadership of Azerbaijan threaten the security and stability in our region, undermining Armenia's efforts to concentrate on sustainable development agenda. While I'm delivering my speech here, 120,000 people in South Caucasus, in particular in Nagorno-Karabakh, are facing a real humanitarian crisis. This situation is created due to the illegal blocking of the Lachin corridor by Azerbaijan since 12th of December last year, which was further consolidated through total closure of the corridor for free usage and even for humanitarian aid since 15th of June this year, in blatant disregard of the international humanitarian law and the legally binding orders of International Court of Justice. We believe that the United Nations can and should step in to uphold its values and principles and to deliver on its mandate of ensuring international peace and security and preventing atrocity crimes. The people of Nagorno-Karabakh have a right to live in peace and dignity in the lands of their ancestors. Dear colleagues, Armenia stands ready to contribute to the efforts of the international community to implement 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and create a safer, more secure, and better world for the generations to come. And I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mawi Radidi, Minister of Environment of Jordan.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here with you today, halfway to our 2030 SDG journey. In Jordan, we have embraced the principle of leaving no one behind on this journey with determination and heart. The principle is an integral part of our government's approach. Jordan embarked on a new political, economic, and administrative modernization process developed through public-private dialogues, stimulating inclusive and sustainable growth, as well as creating economic opportunities for women and youth, while streamlining public services and unlocking the potential of individuals and of the country as a whole. We believe that evidence and data will support in identifying root causes of inequalities and thus inform the process of setting effective measures. In social protection, Jordan launched in 2019 a new and improved cash transfer program, tripling the coverage of the poor to 62% by 2021, the largest in the MENA region. Today, the program is a single-window social protection system. As of 2023, the Unified Cash Transfer Program composes 0.7% of our GDP. As for refugees and vulnerable populations, Jordan's commitment to leaving no one behind is manifested in the continuation of hosting around 3.85 million refugees, encompassing 33.6% of our population, taking the responsibility and burden on behalf of the world. Despite the challenging economic outlook, we continue providing humanitarian assistance, including food and shelter, in addition to essential services including health, education, water protection, increased access to labor markets, and livelihood opportunities. We've invested heavily in our education system, ensuring that every child has access to quality education. We've expanded schools, reduced dropout rates, particularly among girls and marginalized communities. As for women's empowerment and gender equality, we've enacted legal reforms enabling and protecting women's rights. We've initiated programs to boost their participation in political, business, and education, and integrated the national strategy for women into the different reform executive programs. Healthcare is now accessible throughout the nation, even in remote areas. Economic opportunities are at the heart of our policies and reform agenda. Environmental sustainability, where Jordan faces climate and environmental challenges that have been compounded by the sharp increase in population due to external factors. We put forward actionable plans and sustainable policies to improve our natural resources and resilience. Inclusion of people with disabilities is a crucial aspect of promoting...
I apologize that your statement was cut off.
Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Jordan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mamadou Samaki, Minister of Environment and Sanitation of Mali.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Mali est pleinement engagé dans l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Mais force est de reconnaître que le pays est confronté à un certain nombre de défis, et parmi lesquels la lutte contre le terrorisme. Dans une grande partie du pays, qui a entraîné une dégradation de l'offre et de la demande des services sociaux de base, notamment dans le nord et le centre du pays, et occasionné des déplacements internes des populations. Ces personnes affectées vivent des situations de vulnérabilité relativement importantes. Pour plus d'équité envers ces personnes, le gouvernement de la République du Mali s'appuie sur un plan d'action humanitaire et sur des plans de contingence multirisques pour leur offrir un ensemble de services à court, moyen et long terme. Le gouvernement de la République du Mali, avec l'appui de ses partenaires et des acteurs locaux, s'est également attaqué aux causes profondes du conflit en tentant de résorber les discriminations et les inégalités dans les communautés. Aussi, en vue de faire face à cette situation de façon durable, le Mali s'est engagé dans le concept de la sécurité climatique pour renforcer la résilience des populations face aux chocs multiples et accélérer la réalisation des ODD. Ainsi, dans les zones à risque ou sortant d'un conflit, les interventions seront axées sur la prévention, la stabilisation et la transformation visant à autonomiser les jeunes, les femmes, à fournir des voies alternatives et à renforcer les capacités infranationales de développement socio-économique. Nous demandons également aux pays développés de diligenter la mise à disposition des promesses et accélérer les financements de mise en œuvre des ODD. Je voudrais par la même occasion vous annoncer que le Mali abritera du 6 au 10 octobre 2023 un forum régional sur la sécurité climatique pour accélérer la mobilisation des financements. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Sanitation of Mali. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Franz Tattenbach-Capra, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Excelencias, damas y caballeros. Para Costa Rica, la resiliencia es sinónimo de un tejido social fuerte, sostenible e inclusivo. Tenemos un total compromiso con los ODS. No es casualidad que seamos el primer país del mundo en establecer una estrategia de metas nacionales de los ODS, una hoja de ruta para generar progreso y bienestar, sociedades pacíficas e instituciones eficaces y transparentes. En primer lugar, en Costa Rica aprovechamos la inteligencia artificial, los sistemas de información interconectados y las plataformas de generación de datos. En ese sentido, fortalecimos el Sistema Nacional de Información del Registro Único de Beneficiados del Estado, el cual nos permite tomar decisiones informadas en materia de protección social desde un enfoque multidimensional. No se puede medir lo que no se ve. En segundo lugar, Costa Rica es fundamental que el desarrollo no se concentre exclusivamente en las zonas urbanas. Contamos con una estrategia de localización de la Agenda 2030 para llevar la inversión, así como las oportunidades de empleo y educación a todas las regiones del país. Para ello es clave la protección y conservación y el manejo de la biodiversidad, tanto la terrestre, la costera como la marina, con una visión sectorial integrada, por lo que estamos comprometidos a robustecer y gestionar la meta 30-30 en nuestro país. En tercer lugar, hemos fortalecido el Sistema Nacional de Cuidados, que capacita a las mujeres en áreas de alta demanda laboral como las carreras STEM y les provee de acceso y recursos y financiamiento para proyectos agroproductivos. Asimismo, generamos un plan, el Plan Nacional de Acción sobre Igualdad de Género y Acción Climática. Empoderar a las mujeres es imprescindible para el cumplimiento de todos y cada uno de los ODS. Pero todo esto requiere reforzar y equilibrar las alianzas estratégicas. El financiamiento al desarrollo no puede olvidar al 70% de la población mundial que habita en los países de renta media, como Costa Rica. La inclusión y el empoderamiento efectivo de esta población, la más joven de la historia, es crucial. Muchas gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you. Excellencies, it's an honor to attend the summit to accelerate actions on SDG implementation. The implementation of the 2030 Agenda is not just a global reporting exercise, but more importantly, is based on how we respond to the needs of our citizens. Ultimately, it's all about how we work together for the common well-being and ensure that no one is left behind. The balance sheet in global SDG implementation indicates that more work needs to be done. The importance of implementing the 2030 Agenda is felt now more than ever before in order to strengthen our resilience from external shocks, whether the pandemic, energy and food security, or environmental degradation. Responding to this situation, beyond the immediate response measures, requires us to achieve long-term commitments that encompass all three principles of sustainable development. Notwithstanding the current challenges, there are countless opportunities for further investments and innovation, new partnerships and international cooperation, as well as new strategies and policies, leading up to an improved socio-economic development and environmental conservation for all. This requires rapid and far-reaching changes across all levels. In my own country, Malta, SDG implementation on the ground is reflected in improvements, though experience shows that the cross-cutting nature of the SDGs still poses coordination challenges at different levels. Strengthening existing mechanisms
and establishing clear mandates for coordination, including the broad engagement of civil society and other key stakeholders, is key. Malta's commitment is unrelenting. Our Sustainable Development Act enshrines this commitment and also mainstreams the principles of sustainability across all government. Our new Sustainable Development Strategy for 2050 will drive forward our ambition of working together towards achieving a healthy and resilient environment, economy, and society for all, while bestowing our future generations a country which is in better shape than the one we inherited. Malta is committed to move towards a carbon-neutral economy by 2050 by accelerating efforts to improve energy efficiency and infrastructure, increase investments for the deployment of renewable energy, more sustainable and greener spaces, and the reduction in transport sector's carbon footprint. Such a growth model can only be achieved through a fair and just society which values each individual. Malta will continue to promote social inclusion, mobility, and poverty reduction to ensure a better quality of life to our citizens. Excellencies, in conclusion,
I apologize that your statement was cut off. Sorry, Excellency. I thank the Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Penelope Backless-Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. Please.
Co-moderators, Excellencies, we are at half-time. At this midpoint, the real prospects of developing countries to achieve sustainable development by 2030 appear bleak in face of climate change, multiple crises, and global instability. In the prevailing circumstances, the SDGs are even more crucial now as the 2030 Agenda remains the global blueprint to ensure that no one is left behind. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has committed itself towards the full and effective implementation of this blueprint for the benefit of all our peoples, a commitment that remains resolutely embedded in our National Development Strategy, Vision 2030. Underpinned by a whole-of-society approach, Vision 2030 places focus on eradicating poverty and inequality by ensuring that all citizens, especially women, children, and youth, have opportunities to learn, grow, and prosper, and to meaningfully contribute to our national development. The government continues to lay the foundation for transformative action towards a more resilient future, guided by an enabling environment to mainstream innovative and technology-driven solutions in areas of education, health, energy, and infrastructure. We have established a Ministry of Digital Transformation to accelerate our national strategy towards building a digital society that is people-centered and knowledge-based. Our education system now incorporates virtual learning from preschool to university, and efforts are ongoing to ensure that no student, especially those from rural and low-income communities, are disadvantaged due to the lack of access to devices or internet connectivity. Despite significant progress in these areas, for small island developing states like Trinidad and Tobago, we remain trapped in a maze of compound risks and exogenous shocks. It is our hope that the elaboration of a new global development framework for SIDS at the 4th International Conference next year will concretely and definitely address our needs and priorities, reinforce resilience, and guide long-lasting development progress for SIDS. We are at half-time, and we need a very strong, determined, and highly motivated second half. The government of Trinidad and Tobago will join the international community in this common endeavor. It is our collective ingenuity, willingness, and action that will bring us back on course, building a world that is resilient and more prosperous for present and future generations. We will not relent. We will not give up. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Abdelhak Saihi, Minister of Health of Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجلسة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، إن اعتماد مقاربة شاملة للتكفل بمجموع أهداف التنمية الشاملة الواردة في 17 هدفاً كنا ننتظر إليه وننظر إليه أنه في تاريخ الأمم بسيط جداً وقصير جداً بأجندة 2030. لذلك اعتمدت الجزائر مقاربة على وجهين. الوجه الأول وهي المرحلة الأولى التي بدأ فيها المشروع 2015-2022، حيث خصصت الجزائر أكثر من 3 مليار و500 مليون دولار أمريكي للتكفل بالحاجيات في المناطق التي ذات أولوية. وقد اعتمدنا في ذلك على مقاربة شاملة اعتمدت بالخصوص على مقاربة تشاركية مع المنتخبين المحليين والمجتمع المدني والشباب. كانت هذه هي المرحلة الأولى والتي عرفت فيها الجزائر أكثر من 36 مشروع تم تنفيذه على أرضية الواقع. فيما يخص المرحلة الثانية وهي مرحلة 2022-2030، وهي المرحلة الحاسمة للوصول إلى مجموع الأهداف، وقد اعتمدنا في ذلك أيضا على نفس المنهجية المعتمدة بالخصوص في مسألة المشاركة مع المنتخبين ومع المجتمع المدني ومع الشباب. سيتم أيضا مس كل المجتمع الجزائري للاستفادة من مجموع المشاريع التي يتم تنفيذها وفق 17 هدفا. إن هذه الخطة التي اعتمدت أعطت في تقييمها الأول نتائج ملموسة على أرضية الواقع. كما أننا في نفس الإطار نحيي خطة السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والتي تعتمد بالخصوص بتحفيز أهداف التنمية الشاملة والمستدامة، وذلك كإطار عمل مرجعي للتكفل بالانشغالات المواطنين والتكفل أيضا ب17 هدف الذي حددته الجزائر في برنامج كان الأول في المرحلة الأولى 2015-2022 و2022-2030. شكرا لكم سيادة الرئيس.
I thank the Minister of Health of Algeria, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Park Yin, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We, the international community, are halfway through the 2030 timeline of meeting the SDGs. Sadly, there are warning signs that we are much more than halfway away from reaching the SDGs. Every week brings startling reminders that achieving sustainable development around the world is fraught with more difficulties than we had thought. The unspeakable devastation caused by the earthquake in Morocco and the flooding in Libya are the latest examples. The SDGs are literally on life support. It is beyond high time to translate our words into real actions. I would like to highlight 3 points that should be central to such efforts. First, we need to collectively invest more for each and every one of the 17 goals. The annual SDG funding gap has risen from $2.5 trillion before COVID to $4.2 trillion. Korea is aspiring to become a global pivotal state that contributes to freedom, peace, and prosperity around the world. As such, Korea is committed to shouldering greater roles and responsibilities. For example, Korea increased its development budget by 21.3% this year. We are aiming for an even greater increase for next year. In particular, our core contribution to the UN development system will experience an unprecedented upscale from current levels. This upward trajectory will continue throughout the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. Second, we must help enable the world's youth to unleash their potential and shape the future. Korea was able to rebuild from the ashes of the war because we invested in our youth. Although we were poor, primary and secondary education were free. This served as a key driving force for Korea's development. Korea will leverage its know-how on helping children have unlimited access to quality education. Third, tapping into the potential of digital technologies is critical, for it can accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. New technologies like AI should be harnessed to maximizing the freedom and welfare of humanity. Korea is fully committed to narrowing the digital divide through cooperation with diverse stakeholders, including the UN. Korea is fully ready to work hand in hand with its partners in the pursuit of our shared quest towards the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting UNHCR, and much has been said already, so I'll just add a few points from our perspective. One, by the way, of an organization dealing with many people left behind. President Petro spoke earlier about millions on the move and saying, and I subscribe fully, that that's an indicator of how the SDGs are or not, are functioning or not functioning rather. Last week, I was in Chad, a country that is facing extraordinary development, climatic, and other challenges. Since April, its refugee population, already very large, was increased by more than 400,000 Sudanese refugees, part of a displacement which is up to 5 million people because of the conflict that is prevailing in that country. 400,000 refugees from Sudan into one of the poorest areas of Chad, a country with few resources. A very eloquent example of how a new crisis can compound old ones and create a lethal mix that stunts development, blocks progress towards the SDGs, and leaves even more people behind. So to prevent this, which is the purpose of this discussion, we must improve responses. Too often, refugees, which are an indicator, if you wish, of this situation, receive humanitarian assistance, but the lack of further investments condemns them and their host communities to misery, setting back the development agenda. And we see this in so many places in the world. It's important to take stock of these failures. There's much talk about nexus between humanitarian and development. We won't achieve it unless we move development and the pursuit of the SDGs to a much needed faster track, at least in situations of crisis and post-conflict, unless we really embark on what we call now emergency development during the crisis itself. I was in Chad with the World Bank, and I want to commend the World Bank for taking there on the spot very significant investment in, or pledging investments in key areas of development. And we're working with them and other IFIs and development agencies and the private sector in mobilizing different resources in crisis to make responses sustainable. This is, of course, still small, focused on a number of situations, but if emergency development gets scaled up, here a humanitarian telling you that it can make a difference in so many ways. Thank you very much.
I thank the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. I now give the floor to Ms. Victoria Taluk Koppers, Executive Director of the Indigenous Peoples International Center for Policy Research and Education.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak in this dialogue. I also thank the states who have consistently supported the participation of major groups and indigenous peoples in the SDG processes. We regret that the newly adopted political declaration is not strong enough in terms of affirming the human rights-based approach in achieving the SDGs. Indigenous peoples and other major groups and stakeholders have reiterated time and again that the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights for all is a key foundation for achieving the SDGs. There is no doubt in our minds that the most effective ways of going beyond the pathetic 15% that has been achieved so far is through this. If we are to be sincere in our efforts to leave no one behind and undertaking transformative action, the human rights-based approach is key. Hunger and poverty in indigenous territories can be overcome if our rights to own, manage, and control our lands, territories, waters, and resources are protected. Indigenous peoples' territories are still being devastated, and we are displaced in the name of conservation and mega infrastructure projects. Evidences show that 50% of the world's biodiversity in tropical forests are found in our territories, and these forests are crucial for climate change mitigation and clean water. It is important that we persist our traditional knowledge and customary governance in managing our lands, waters, and territories. Additionally, our indigenous cultures, values, and spirituality, which compel us to live in harmony with nature, should be further enhanced and supported and transmitted to the young. I would like to present some recommendations that we have reiterated also in previous processes. First, we call on states to recognize the identities and rights of indigenous peoples as affirmed in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Many states in Asia and Africa still deny the identities of indigenous peoples. The human rights-based approach should be at the core of the implementation of the SDGs. Two, part of the human rights-based approach is to obtain the free, prior, informed consent of indigenous peoples when policies and developments are developed. We call on states to stop the criminalization and extrajudicial killings of indigenous leaders and activists and other environmental defenders. We support the call to reform the international financial system and also the trading system to ensure better equity. Finally, we call on states to consider indigenous peoples and other major groups in planning for the summit of the future. Thank you very much.
I thank the Executive Director of the Indigenous Peoples International Center for Policy Research and Education. I now give the floor to the last speaker of this dialogue, Mr. Martin Changong, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for giving me this opportunity to bring the parliamentary perspective to our discussions as we review progress or lack of progress in the implementation of the SDGs. And as the Secretary General of the Global Organization of Parliaments, an organization dedicated to the promotion of democracy worldwide in all its dimensions, including peace and sustainable development, let me argue that one of the key reasons why the SDGs are off track has to do with the deterioration of politics nationally and globally. It is not that politicians and decision makers don't know what to do, or that in a global economy of 100 trillion, resources are lacking. We need a new politics and ultimately a new contract between leaders and decision makers on the one hand and their people on the other. A new contract that expands the political horizon so that the decisions are made with
clearly in focus. What is good for my people as a whole, regardless of distinctions of income, race, gender, geography, and so forth. We need political systems that are inherently less confrontational, more immune to undue pressure from private interests, and better equipped for dialogue and compromise between political actors, but also between groups in society at large. Building resilience and leaving no one behind, therefore, must start with deep institutional reforms to restore dialogue and bring people together at all levels, not just within governments, but across all of society. Given that parliaments are meant to mirror and represent all of society, they can and must offer such a framework that ensures no one is left behind. To this effect, my organization, the Interparliamentary Union, is investing considerable financial and political capital in helping parliaments become more open, more transparent, more representative, particularly of women, youth, and other marginalized groups. We're strengthening parliaments, building their oversight capacities, the budgetary roles, in order for them to more effectively engage with the SDGs, with a focus on inclusivity and representation. Change is possible. We just need to muster political will. The IPU is committed to that mantra and to mobilizing parliaments and MPs.
I thank the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union. We have heard the last speaker in Leaders Dialogue 2 on building resilience and leaving no one behind. On behalf of my co-moderator and myself, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all participants for their forward-looking and results-oriented interventions. We have thus concluded Leaders Dialogue 2, and I thank the interpreters for having granted extra time to conclude this dialogue. The forum will continue this afternoon at 3 p.m. sharp in this chamber with Leaders Dialogue 3 on game changers, applying science, technology, innovation, and data for transformative action. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much, Excellency.
Good afternoon, heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies. Please take your seats. Leaders Dialogue 3 is about to begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, and delegates. I call to order Leaders Dialogue 3 of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly, the SDG Summit, on game changers, applying science, technology, innovation, and data for transformative action. Let me take this opportunity to cordially welcome all of you to this Leaders Dialogue. I'm honored to serve as your co-moderator together with Her Excellency Natasha Bier-Musa, President of the Republic of Slovenia. The world is equipped with levels of knowledge, technology, and resources that are unprecedented in history. Yet the potential for science, technology, innovation, and data to be applied for the Sustainable Development Goals is vastly underutilized. This dialogue will contribute to strengthening the science-policy-society interface and finding innovative approaches and solutions to the application of research, technologies, and practices to accelerate SDG development. Analytical resources in support of the dialogue include the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report and the report of the Secretary General on progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Let me now deliver some reflections on this afternoon's theme. I am delighted to join this dialogue, a critical platform for us to reflect on the fundamental mechanics of transformation and resurgence. Kenya is one of the 6 countries which took part in the global pilot program implemented by the Global Alliance to Science Support, Technology, Innovation, and Data for SDG roadmaps. We have been implementing a national economic transformation blueprint to transform Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country. Along the way, fundamental changes emerged, which unleashed new opportunities, disruptive threats, and complex risks, forcing us to reimagine our development paradigm. We have adopted a bottom-up economic transformation agenda which puts job creation at its core with agriculture, affordable housing, universal health coverage, manufacturing, MSMEs, the digital economy, and climate-positive growth as sectoral pillars of our implementation. This has unleashed the entrepreneurial spirit of our youth and positioned Kenya as a global digital technology hub known as Africa's Silicon Savannah. Concert Technopolis, the flagship of this ambition, is ready to host a thriving community of science, technology, and innovation visionaries seeking to disrupt and transform every sector of our economy. The M-Pesa revolution, the Kenyan innovation emerging from our digital ecosystem, has transformed financial inclusion, fintech, and many startups into viable entities. Despite these gains, data indicates that many countries are not making progress in the implementation of SDGs. The combination of multiple crises, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme weather events, conflicts, and inflation, has disrupted economies, leading to food and energy insecurity and impacting health and the cost of living. Africa is particularly impacted despite its vast economic potential, which includes abundant natural resources like mineral wealth, 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, 40% of the world's untapped renewable energy potential, carbon sinks, and a youthful population comprising millions of highly skilled and motivated youth. Many countries in the global south struggle with debt and climate shocks, among other challenges. The Nairobi Declaration, the consensus document of the Africa Climate Summit recently concluded in Kenya, prescribed a set of transformative recommendations to align global capital with sustainable development and climate action. The reason capital is not available to unlock Africa's colossal potential is that development financing has been inadequate, inaccessible, and costly, denying countries the fiscal space to pursue development and climate action. The reform of the international architecture of global development financing should therefore be at the forefront of the global development and climate action agenda. The scope of transformation envisaged in our bold consensus is nothing short of complete reimagination of the international financial system. The recognition of STI and data as key action areas in the implementation of SDGs implies an urgent need for structural change to propel the world into a new era of climate-positive growth and inclusive prosperity. From generating data and models to support carbon pricing and natural asset valuation to disaster early warning, response, recovery, and resilience, as well as developing efficient and effective citizen-centric public service delivery systems through automation and digitization, STI and data hold great promise for optimizing our resources and enhancing sustainability. I fully support the established international values and principles governing the maximization of direct and indirect benefits of STI and data while minimizing the risk of harm. These principles should guide the ethical management of risks and benefits. The time has come for the international community to mobilize adequate resources for common global finance mechanisms accessible to all, serving the global public good, and unlocking the necessary private capital for research and development. For Africa in particular, such investment is urgently needed for evidence-based sustainable development and climate-positive growth. I now invite my co-moderator, Her Excellency Natasha Bern-Musa, President of the Republic of Slovenia, to make her opening remarks. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased indeed that I have been given an opportunity to co-chair this panel. I believe that the potential of science, technology, innovation and data is vast and at the midpoint of the SDGs review, greatly underused. I come from Slovenia, a country that is actively working for an inclusive, ethical, trustworthy and human rights-based approach to artificial intelligence. So perhaps, by way of introducing this panel, it might be of interest if I share some good practices with you in this regard. A good example of inter-regional cooperation is the Digital for the Development Hub that the EU is collaborating on with other regions. Slovenia is particularly committed to its operation in Latin America and the Caribbean, with a special focus on artificial intelligence. Slovenia hosts an international research center in artificial intelligence which operates under the auspices of UNESCO. The center, together with its partners, is developing open access AI solutions applicable to the SDGs. Its water observatory is a commitment to the UN Water Action Agenda. The same goes for the Slovenian Center of Excellence for Space Sciences and Technologies. Space SI is working with satellite data and digital models of ecosystems to build resilience against climate change. I'm happy to say that later this year, Space SI will be joining the global initiative Twinning of Rivers, led by Ganga, Center of Ganga River Basin Management and Studies. The goal is to extend at least 22 twinning programs for sharing knowledge and satellite technologies. This multi-state collaboration aims at transboundary source to sea streams in Europe, Asia, Africa, North and South America, and the Caribbean. I hope that this brief presentation of good practices and commitments from my country might lead to fruitful debate with a dynamic exchange of views leading to new ideas. Before passing the floor to the first discussant, allow me to make one final remark. At this time, AI has a critical gender problem. Nearly all virtual assistants, think of Siri and Alexa, have female voices. This year, we are witnessing a boom of AI chatbots, such as ChatGPT. These algorithms feed on online input, and this includes expressions of sexism and racism. Created predominantly by men, artificial intelligence contains gender biases that may be self-perpetuating if they remain unaddressed. Thus, I would like to conclude with a call for a quick and decisive proactive policies for including more women in the entire artificial intelligence life cycle. And for my final remark, the more that I follow artificial intelligence, being, from the background of the information commissioners of European Union and following data protection, I'm pretty sure that all the countries around the globe should start thinking about how to use artificial intelligence to fight disinformation and misinformation. This is something which is endangering our democracies, and no private entity is going to do it because it's not worth it. So the countries around the globe should be unified and use AI, despite the fact that AI can bring pluses and minuses for our all benefit. And I will pass this idea also to the General Secretary, Antonio Guterres, and I hope that it will become more visible one day for the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much. And now I have some rules of procedure. We will now proceed to hear the statements by those inscribed on the list of speakers. Before calling on the first speaker, may I remind delegations that statements are strictly limited to 3 minutes. In case speakers exceed their time limit, the microphone will be automatically deactivated after a short grace period. I do apologize in advance if speakers are cut off. As delegations have been informed, due to the high interest in the dialogue, we unfortunately have to resort to these measures to ensure that all speakers can deliver their statements in the limited time available. Thank you in advance for your understanding, of course. To assist speakers in managing their time, a countdown clock will be visible on the screen before the speaker. When the clock signifies that the 3 minutes have been exhausted, speakers are kindly requested to conclude their statements. So now let's proceed to the first speaker. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alain Berset, the President of the Swiss Confederation. Please, sir, take the floor. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, excellent co-modérateur, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Mon message devant vous aujourd'hui est en fait assez simple. Je vais me fonder sur 2 exemples actuels pour rappeler l'importance de la collaboration entre la politique et les scientifiques. Le premier exemple, c'est le changement climatique. Vous le connaissez. Nous venons de traverser le mois de juillet le plus chaud de tous les temps. On peut d'ores et déjà affirmer que 2023 sera probablement l'année la plus chaude depuis le début des mesures. Les phénomènes extrêmes se multiplient dans tous nos pays, partout dans le monde. C'était le cas en Suisse aussi. Et cette crise climatique nous touche tous directement et sans exception. Le deuxième exemple récent, c'était la pandémie. Nous avions tous l'idée que cela pouvait se produire un jour, et tout d'un coup, ça devient une réalité. Et dans les deux cas, Excellences, chers collègues, dans les deux cas, eh bien, les scientifiques nous avaient avertis. nous ont avertis et continuent de nous avertir. La science nous met en garde depuis des décennies déjà contre le réchauffement climatique. En quelques années, ce réchauffement climatique est passé d'un concept un peu abstrait à une réalité accablante. Et tout à coup, une pandémie, alors que c'était assez théorique, est tout à coup devenue réelle pour le monde entier. Donc la science nous met en garde, nous devons pouvoir l'écouter, mais la science nous permet aussi de trouver des solutions et nous apporte des réponses que nous devons mettre en œuvre dans le cadre, évidemment, dans le cadre de l'agenda 2030 qui nous donne la direction à suivre. La direction est bonne, la direction est donnée, mais le rythme, lui, ne suffit pas. Et du point de vue de la Suisse, de mon pays, il y a 3 facteurs qui sont essentiels pour accélérer la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030. Le premier, c'est que nous avons besoin de partenariats et d'un système multilatéral fort qui s'appuie sur des valeurs de solidarité, d'égalité, de non-discrimination et de tolérance. Le deuxième, c'est que nous devons réviser, ou nous avons le besoin d'avoir une architecture financière internationale efficace, efficiente et transparente. Mais surtout le troisième maintenant. Le troisième point, eh bien, c'est que nous devons mieux exploiter le potentiel de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation. Oui, les données sont importantes. Oui, les statistiques sont importantes. Oui, les connaissances scientifiques constituent une base fondamentale pour le développement durable. Et nous devons faire en sorte de rapprocher la politique et la science pour être en mesure de prendre des décisions fondées, basées sur des preuves, et donc qui ne peuvent être que meilleures. Et il faut le faire dans le cadre de l'agenda 2030. Nous avons des objectifs, les 17 objectifs de développement durable. C'est une vision commune. Ils nous unissent tous, ils unissent les pays, les villes, la société, les entreprises, et nous devons donc le faire ensemble, en n'oubliant pas qu'en 2015, nous avions dit ensemble « We commit ourselves to working tirelessly for the full implementation of this agenda by 2030. » Let's do it. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Swiss Confederation, and as you assented, we have to have more solidarity in digital development as well. I now give a floor to His Serene Highness, Prince Alois von Thun-Liechtenstein. Please, Your Excellency, take the floor.
Excellencies, dear moderators, it is a great pleasure to participate in this important dialogue today. The potential of science, technology, and innovation is immense, and I am personally fascinated by the rapid growth and transformation power. SDI connects societies, spurs economic growth, and informs our policy making. To effectively address national and global challenges of current times, be it climate change and natural disasters, health and humanitarian crisis, science and data are also our best tool to counter the unwelcome trend of dis- and misinformation with its dangerous threats to good governance and the rule of law. While there's enormous potential of STI and big data, we also must navigate and adequately respond to challenges that come with it. Most importantly is access that undermines human rights and only widens already existing inequalities, such as the gender digital gap. In Liechtenstein, for example, we put strong emphasis on STEM disciplines in our education curriculum and on dual vocational training. It supports the knowledge of children and youth about new technologies and also helps to break up gender stereotypes. We also have a long-standing commitment to the rule of law. It is thus not surprising that Liechtenstein, being a hub for digital technology, has created the first blockchain act worldwide. to ensure legal certainty and to enable innovation and sustainable ways of human interaction. Cyber warfare, which we have increasingly witnessed in recent times, unfortunately, is one of the most extreme and blatant examples of the misuse of new technologies. Liechtenstein, together with partners, has assessed the application of the Rome Statute to International Criminal Court to cyber warfare. Again, a very important part where we want to place a focus in the future. I thank you.
Your Serene Highness, thank you very much for your statement, and you're totally right. We have to put more effort to educational process regarding digital development as well. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Rumen Radev, the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. Please, sir, Your Excellency, take the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you for this event, as I do believe that this dialogue is the most important for our future. For Bulgaria, the implementation of the commitments undertaken in line with the 2030 agenda is a top priority. We are aware that science, technology, innovation and data are crucial for the achievement of the SDGs and will continue to support international efforts to build an open, free and secure digital world, ensuring universal access to it for all. Our priority at national level is the transformation of Bulgaria into an innovative, smart, green, digital and connected country through a common policy of interaction between research, innovation and technology. The latest advancements in digital innovations enabled Bulgaria to enter top 3 innovation economies, with the upper middle income group showing high input to output performance. Our scientists are among the leaders in important traditional areas like mathematics, physics, chemistry, engineering, and many others. These strong traditions have facilitated the significant growth in a number of high-tech sectors. The growth of high-tech companies is an additional accelerator for the development of science. Our National Development Programme 2030 pays special attention to the UN Agenda 2030, connecting physical to digital systems, the use of the Internet of Things, prototyping, big data, cloud computing, added reality, and so on, are supported as a priority to increase the competitiveness of our enterprises and the created benefits. We have adopted a national strategy for the development of scientific research, which aims at transforming Bulgaria into an attractive center for cutting-edge scientific research and technology development, thus contributing to the economic growth and quality of life. Along with the many recognized Bulgarian universities, the newly established Institute for Computer Science, AI, and Technologies, unique for the region, is already attracting leading world scientists in our country. The dedicated program Research, Innovation and Digitalization from Smart Transformation aims at developing a healthy ecosystem based on active cooperation between the research organizations, universities and the private sector for the benefit of economic growth and socio-economic development at local, regional and national levels. Ladies and gentlemen, Bulgaria will continue to invest and to be committed to the achievement of the SDGs. The effective use of resources and reasonable investments in science in close relation with high-quality education and advanced technologies are key enablers for our common success. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that our digital future and artificial intelligence should be guided by human-centric and pro-innovative approach based on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I do apologize because you were cut. You were a bit too long. but just to make an ascension from your speech, smart and green should go hand in hand. That's correct. Thank you. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Alar Karis, the President of the Republic of Estonia. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Dear President, dear colleagues, the Sustainable Development Goals have reached the halfway. Regrettably, the impact of climate disasters, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and all other conflicts are slowing the progress. The way forward is to collaborate with nature and to cooperate between nations. It is no news that we have to redouble our efforts to accelerate advancements on the SDGs. The collective actions and strong partnerships by governments, civil society, and businesses can mobilize the necessary support and resources. Therefore, to deliver UN's rescue plan for people and planet, let me present Estonia's commitments on national and global levels. In Estonia, SDGs serve as a bedrock of our long-term national planning strategy called Estonia 2035. Using science data and innovation for transformative actions, it inspires to build a resilient and sustainable Estonia, while leaving no one behind. Interlinking this with daily policy decisions has propelled us to the 10th place in the global Sustainable Development Index. Ladies and gentlemen, current generation is a digital generation. Digitalization is a powerful engine to develop our economies and societies, making our life easier and, yes, more sustainable. Estonia has built an efficient, secure, and transparent digital ecosystem that saves time and resources. Estonia is constantly developing novel open source and reusable AI-related digital public goods, supporting the transformation towards a more personalized state. We see it as a common task to continue building a shared digital world that is open, free, and secure. We see the open source digital building blocks as something we can provide without a price tag to every nation. Therefore, Estonia remains committed to sharing our e-experience with global partners to make digital transformation, guided human rights-centered approach possible for everyone. This pledge extends to offer tailor-made solutions for least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, or small island developing states. Population data management analysis in Suriname, the analysis of education system in Uganda, the advisory for the national digital strategy for Solomon Islands, or reducing the digital divide in Namibia are only some of the examples. Together with our partners, we continue to contribute to the digital development initiative. Digital governance raises efficiency and proactive digital participation of civil society. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much, and apologies to you as well because you were cut in the middle of the sentence. It's quite brutal, but that's the way we have to make it today. The ascensions from your speech, transparent and eco-digital systems, open source data, that's important. This what makes an honest progress, you said, and you are offering solutions to least developed countries as well, which is, of course, very good. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. Please, sir, Your Excellency, take the floor.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, currently the path towards sustainability is riddled with many challenges. One of them is Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. If we want greater sustainability, first we must help Ukraine to withstand the Russian colonial war. There can be no sustainable development amidst the major war. Second, we must acknowledge that many of the contemporary challenges can only be solved by a clever use of technology. Innovation allows us to fix all mistakes and transform our economies. For Lithuania, one of the most liberating steps taken in recent decades was launching our own LNG terminal. Almost 9 years ago, the energy supply stopped being a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. We started building our energy independence and never looked back. Today, Lithuania recognizes a crucial role played by renewable energy. To build local production and achieve security of electricity supply, we are embracing solar and wind energy. Compared to 2020, we have increased installed wind energy capacity by 2 times and solar generation by 6 times. Our plan is to reach self-sufficient electricity generation based on renewables by 2030. Long-term goal in Lithuania is to encourage the industrial production of green technologies. We were among the first countries in the world to adopt a national sustainable finance strategy. Progress in building a circular economy is also clearly visible, with up to 92% of beverage packaging collected and recycled. Eventually, every country will have to phase out incentives and subsidies for fossil fuels. Parallel advances in e-mobility and smart transport solutions are already changing our way of life. We need more of the same. Finally, one important lesson is that sustainability can only be reached by wide societal support. In recent years, I see a growing commitment of the Lithuanian civil society to help with the climate action goals, preserve clean air, water, and soil, reduce inequalities, improve education, and promote responsible consumption. To achieve the truly global change, every community and every individual counts. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Presented clever use of technologies and that you are doing a lot on solar and wind energy and on circular economy. And this is, of course, because of the climate crisis, the right way to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I now give the floor to His Excellency Edgar Rinkevic, President of the Republic of Latvia. Your Excellency.
Excellencies, the world has changed since the last Sustainable Development Goals Summit. The COVID-19 pandemic devastated communities and economies. The adverse impacts of climate change are intensifying. Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine threatens the international rules-based order. Despite these headwinds, the 2030 Agenda represents the best roadmap for a sustainable, just, and inclusive world. Science, technology, and innovation can accelerate its implementation. The COVID-19 pandemic showcased the importance of science, technology, and data. Science-based innovation, especially digital solutions, accelerated in Latvia during the pandemic and subsequent crisis. Latvia will increase investments in research and development to 1.5% of GDP by 2027. We will invest in higher education, private sector partnerships, and research. We will invest in digital transformation, including to reskill and upskill our workforce for future growth. I encourage the 3 principles to ensure that the game changers work for the common good and that no one is left behind. Collaboration, inclusivity, and a human-centric approach. The scientific community is naturally geared towards collaborations. We are pleased that our research collaborations in developing countries are expanding. For example, a project of mobile apps for primary healthcare specialists. Latvia stands ready to offer our know-how and homegrown smart solutions through our development cooperation partnerships. Latvian businesses are already present in many developing countries. They are rolling out digital products in e-governance, document verification, as well as router and software technologies. Latvia's development cooperation efforts are increasingly focusing on supporting digital transformations. To promote access, Latvia contributed to the UNICEF and ITU GIGA initiative. It aims to connect every school in the world to the internet. Latvia will continue to be at the forefront of global efforts to address connectivity and digital debates. As long-standing advocates for gender equality, we invest in bridging the digital gender divide. That initiative, Riga Tech Girls, is helping with that. They engage women and girls in the tech industry and STEM. Let me assure you that Latvia will continue to engage with the multilateral system to support developing countries in their transformative change. I did it almost on time, so I thank you for that.
I thank the President of Latvia for that statement and concur with him that a whole of society approach and a people-centric research and STI is necessary for global good. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the government of Uganda, we are committing to utilizing science, technology, and innovation as a solution for achieving SDGs. Toward this end, we have established national science, technology, and innovation systems centered on priority industrial value chains aligned to SDGs, with a focus on growing the contribution of knowledge-based goods and services to the national economy by increasing domestic productivity, import substitution, and export of value-added products. Some of our focus areas include: 1, development of e-mobility solutions, including production of vehicles and their charging systems. 2, development and rollout of solutions for air quality monitoring. And 3, productivity acceleration technologies for rural households. And 4, industrialization based on agricultural products where the downstream value addition gains are distributed upstream along the value chain, eventually reaching the farmers who earn more income. And 5, end-to-end development of healthcare solutions, that's vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. 6, enhancing the use of data to improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability of public services and governance in Uganda. Furthermore, Uganda has recently launched the Digital Transformation Roadmap, developed a data strategy. And 3, on behalf of government of Uganda, we are committed to accelerating efforts to harness the full potential of data to improve the lives of all Ugandans. The availability of quality statistics has been identified as one of the success factors of development agendas. As such, the government of Uganda is committed to continue expanding the number of SDG indicators. Uganda enters the second half of the SDG decade of action with the recognition of the central role of STI. In conclusion, we shall focus on bolstering our evidence-based practices, innovations for enhanced competitiveness, increasing production and productivity in sectors with significant employment potential and positive spillover effects on other industries. Nabanja Robina, the Prime Minister of the Republic.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda for her statement and for making it on time. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sitiveni Liga Mamada, Rabuka, Prime Minister, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Climate Change and Environment, Civil Service, Information and Public Enterprise of the Republic of Fiji.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished leaders, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, Nisambulu Naka. You can say that again. Good afternoon to you all. 25 years ago, when I last attended the UNGA, neither the Millennium Development Goals nor the Sustainable Development Goals had been adopted. These global goals are a call to action to transform the world with the tagline, leaving no one behind. This year, at the midpoint of the SDG implementation, it is clear that progress is stalling. From Fiji's perspective, we presented our second voluntary national review earlier on this year at the high-level political forum. This particular VNR is a significant milestone for our nation as it allowed us to reflect on our progress towards the SDGs. Our latest VNR underscores the importance of strong partnerships to fulfill our global commitments and advance implementation of the SDGs. The VNR also acknowledges technical challenges related to data and statistics. This affects our ability to monitor progress and guide future actions. We are publishing our SDG data through Fiji's Bureau of Statistics and the Global SDG database. This empowers stakeholders, policymakers, civil society, and citizens to measure our progress on the SDGs. Fiji collaborated with the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia, ASCAP, to utilize the multi-indicator cluster survey, the MIX, that data to compile our VNR. To make progress, we must embrace inclusive policies and planning. This requires leveraging data to inform decision-making, implement targeted interventions, and engage with communities. We utilize the SDG tracker to produce a comprehensive evidence-based second voluntary national review report. We recognize the challenges we face, but are committed to deepening our partnership for science, technology, innovation, and data. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji for his statement and confirmation that STI and data can become effective tools of delivery of government services. I now give the floor to His Excellency Siaosi Solaveni, Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Republic of Tonga.
Mr. President, Malolele, Tonga recognized the importance of economic expansion to raise living standards and acknowledges the need for stronger knowledge and service-based industries. To achieve this, we, however, must improve our infrastructure in an inclusive and sustainable manner, considering the interaction between technology and infrastructure. Technological advancement offers cost-effective ways to support smaller communities and enhance inclusion and participation. Tonga welcomes the implementation of groundbreaking infrastructure and technological solutions to broaden our range of products and services. However, we must do so with caution and ensure that all development projects are risk-informed to mitigate potential detrimental effects on our environment and people's well-being, leaving no one behind. The government of Tonga is committed to leveraging science, technology, innovation, and data to speed up our progress in achieving SDGs. We are highly vulnerable to climate change, natural disasters, and other global challenges. So we must invest in resilience of our system and people. We have already witnessed the transformative power of SDIT in action, such as utilizing solar and wind energy to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and improve energy security. Employing digital technologies to improve resilience and access to education and healthcare. We leverage satellite data to monitor and manage our marine resources. To address IUU fishing, we are also developing early warning systems for natural disasters and use digital technology to enhance financial inclusion and reduce inequality and poverty. However, we continue to face challenges in fully harnessing the potential of SDIT. We must invest in research and development. It is equally essential that we ensure the responsible and ethical use of SDIT by developing and enforcing global norms and standards. Development and utilization to the benefit of all, while recognizing some of the problems like widening of the digital divide. We urge all member states to join Tonga in committing to the harnessing of power of SDIT, including satellite data for marine resources, developing early warning systems. Only together we will be able to achieve SDGs and build a better future for all. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga for his statement and confirm that digital space and technology can serve as a means of financial inclusion. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Queridos amigos, la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible y la Agenda de Acción de Addis Abeba posicionaron a la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación y a la creación de capacidades como uno de los 7 ámbitos de acción estratégicos para alcanzar los ODS. Los logros científicos, tecnológicos han sido esenciales para el manejo de la crisis sanitaria provocada por el COVID-19, pero también son indispensables para una recuperación transformadora con mayor igualdad y sostenibilidad ambiental. La transformación que nos exigen los ODS no será posible sin un esfuerzo sostenido para cerrar las brechas tecnológicas entre los países desarrollados y los países en vías de desarrollo. El desarrollo de la ciencia y la tecnología se enfrenta en nuestros países a varias dificultades objetivas, tanto internas como externas. Por un lado, como señalé en la reciente cumbre del G77 celebrada en La Habana la semana pasada, días atrás, la existencia de monopolios tecnológicos, la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales y la laxitud de los compromisos en torno a la transferencia de tecnologías en términos favorables terminan por obstaculizar el progreso tecnológico de nuestros países. Por otro lado, se trata de uno de los sectores que más padecen la inestabilidad política, económica e institucional. Cuando se desarman políticas para el desarrollo, pensemos en el desarrollo satelital, tan solo como ejemplo, el país desaprende y retrocede. Colocar a la ciencia como variable de ajuste es lo que conduce al atraso económico, a la fuga de talentos y al subdesarrollo en general. No hay experiencia en el mundo que haya desarrollado un genuino desarrollo sin una apuesta por la inversión, tanto en ciencia, desde lo público como desde lo privado. Las tecnologías más complejas como la aeronavegación o la espacial, entre muchas otras, han sido impulsadas por el Estado en las primeras etapas. Señores presidentes, queremos lograr que en la Argentina y en el mundo se genere empleo digno y con derechos. Queremos integrarnos a las cadenas globales de valor. No queremos competir para localizar inversiones que deterioren los derechos y los salarios de los trabajadores y de las trabajadoras. Tampoco queremos competir para localizar inversiones que no cuiden el ambiente. Es fundamental para ello formular e implementar políticas públicas que apunten a la transformación y diversificación productiva, garantizando a la inclusión social y a la sostenibilidad ambiental.
Sorry, Your Excellency, I think the microphone has gone off. I apologize. I say I apologize, the mic. Okay. I thank the President of the Argentine Republic for his statement.
And now let's continue. I give the floor to His Excellency François Fayot, Minister for Development, Cooperation and Humanitarian Affairs of Luxembourg. Please, sir, take the floor.
Thank you, co-chairs, distinguished guests. I would like to address one game changer this afternoon that has to do with data, and more specifically with the way we measure economic growth. I am convinced, and this will be my proposition to you this afternoon, that we cannot progress on the path of the SDGs if we are considering only GDP growth in defining the prosperity of nations. I will give one example which I witnessed myself recently, but there are many others which are very similar, both in the developing world but also in developed countries. I visited a country where GDP growth is around 6 to 7%, which is an excellent performance in that region and also globally. This growth is mainly driven by the ready-to-wear garment sector, which represents about 80% of the exports of that country. Yet workers earn on average $70 a month, which is clearly not a living wage. The resulting poverty must be fought through humanitarian and development aid. So clearly, we are not measuring what matters, and thus we are not creating the right incentives for systemic change and for achieving the SDGs. I would like to share with this forum that Luxembourg will fund an OECD project to work on an international well-being index, which will comprise income-producing activities, but which will also have to go beyond to include social, environmental, and subjective well-being targets. These need to be integrated in the public finances of nations. An increasing number of countries do this already, but we need an internationally accepted standard to really see those impacts. It is only through this fresh, new way of looking at progress that we can achieve the SDGs. I really hope that the UN can also bring this idea forward, as it has started doing with the GDP Plus initiative. Luxembourg stands ready to support this. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Minister, thank you very much. Well-being index That's what you introduced to all of us right now, and you said that we need internationally accepted standard. I applaud to this idea. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Al Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of the Sultanate of Oman. Please, Your Excellency, take the floor.
يشرفني في البداية أن أنقل تحيات حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم سلطان عمان وتقديره الكبير للجهود المبذولة في تنظيم هذه القمة الهامة. يأتي هذا الحدث في وقت تزداد فيه أهمية جهودنا المشتركة لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة وتحسين واقع الحياة بجميع جوانبها نحو بلوغ أهداف التنمية المستدامة على جميع المحاور. لقد قامت بلادي سلطنة عمان بجهود ملموسة في اتجاه تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، حيث جعلت التكنولوجيا والعلم والتحول الرقمي جزءاً أساسياً من استراتيجياتها وتشريعاتها الوطنية. هذا ومن المؤمل أن تقدم بلادي تقريرها الوطني الطوعي الثاني في عام 2024، مما سيبرز التزامها القوي بتحقيق الأهداف ومواصلة التقدم الشامل في مختلف المجالات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والعلمية وفي مجالات البيئة والطاقة المتجددة. وتحقيقاً للتنمية المستدامة فإننا نؤمن بأن التكامل والتعاون بين مختلف القطاعات هو أمر ضروري ويتطلب فهماً جيداً للتحديات وللفرص وتطوير الحلول الخلاقة المبتكرة. وهكذا فإن مسار سلطنة عمان نحو تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وحسب ما نصت عليه رؤية عمان 2040 يعكس التزامها القوي بالعلم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار، فضلاً عن دعم كافة الجهود والتعاون الدولي لنقل المعرفة والتكنولوجيا وتيسير الاستثمار وفرص العمل لضمان مستقبل آمن ومزدهر للجميع. شكراً لكم والسلام عليكم.
Your Excellency, the Foreign Minister of the Sultanate of Oman, thank you very much. You said that science and technology are in the focus of your country and renewable energy included. Thank you for that. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Metakane, Prime Minister and Head of Government and Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Please, sir, take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, allow me. It is a great honor and privilege to address this esteemed gathering, which convenes to review progress made by our countries towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The government of Lesotho has extended the implementation of the National Strategic Development Plan 2, NSDP 2, 2018-2019, 2022-2023, by an additional 5 years up to 2027-28. The SDGs have been integrated into the NSDP2 in recognition of the transformative goal of the 2030 for Sustainable Development and opportunities to derive inclusive and sustainable development for Lesotho. NSDP2 gives priority to people-centered development by pursuing private sector-led economic growth and employment creation. In an effort to track progress towards achievement of the SDGs, Lesotho has since undertaken 2 voluntary national reviews in 2019 and 2022. These reviews have highlighted the need for several measures, including the following: strengthening data collection, monitoring and evaluation, and performance management, enhancing national capacity for research, technology, and innovations, reinforcing legal policy and institutional capacities for effective governance, mobilizing investment, technical and financial resources, advocacy, and partnership for SDGs. Excellencies, the World Bank projections suggest that Lesotho's poverty rate increased due to the COVID-19 pandemic and will remain higher than pre-pandemic levels, even as the impact of the crisis declines. We have prioritized SDG 8 in order to create inclusive and sustainable economic growth and job creation. We further intend to develop infrastructure to support industry, trade, and regional integration. Adjustment and adaptation will be necessary to deliver the required transformation and acceleration towards SDGs in the remaining time frame. Excellencies, we are fully committed to the following actions. Prioritizing integrated approaches to promote gender equality and women empowerment. Developing robust social protection programs targeting women, leveraging the potential of the digital platforms. Ensuring that women are fairly represented in digital startups. Supporting agriculture, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the
youth and people with disabilities.
Your Excellency, your time is up. Thank you. But I'm glad to hear that you are working on gender equality. You said that women should be fairly represented in the digital startups as well. Thank you very much, the Prime Minister of Kingdom of Lesotho. And I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Djibouti. Please, sir, take the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Your Excellency, President Moussa, co-moderators, good to see you again, Your Excellency, after this very successful summit, climate summit in Nairobi. As we reach the halfway point in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, it is evident that many countries are still falling behind. Utilizing science, technology, innovation, and data to drive transformative changes is paramount in addressing intricate global challenges, fostering economic progress, and enhancing the well-being of people worldwide. Harnessing these elements empowers us to develop sustainable solutions, improve healthcare, combat climate change, and promote inclusive growth, ultimately shaping a brighter future for all. We must acknowledge that a significant number of countries in the Global South lack access to emerging technologies. This issue requires a swift attention to promote a more equitable, less unequal, and more inclusive world that encourages international solidarity and cooperation. Special emphasis should be placed on green and cutting-edge technologies, encompassing artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, green hydrogen, and electric vehicles. According to the 2023 UNCTAD report, the market value of these technologies could surge from $1.5 trillion in 2020 to over $9.5 trillion by the end of this year. It is imperative that we exert every effort to secure a substantial share of this market, currently skewed in favor of developed countries. Accelerating the transfer of technology, capacity building, and fostering technological and scientific cooperation for developed nations to developing ones are equally vital for promoting sustainable development across all dimensions and fully realizing the 2030 Agenda. We all recognize that what is urgently required, rather than mere rhetoric, are concrete actions and the political will to implement the necessary changes to overcome one of the most complex crises our modern world has ever witnessed. As leaders, we bear the great responsibility of working more closely together and advocating with a unified voice for the changes and reforms needed to ensure sustainable future, both current and future generations. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Djibouti, thank you very much. You also stressed the international solidarity, and I was glad to hear that scientific cooperation among countries you find extremely important. Thank you, sir. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Ricardo Salgado, the Minister of Planning of Honduras. Please, sir, take the floor.
Muy buenas tardes, Sus Excelencias, a los presentes aquí. 3 minutos realmente son muy cortos y la verdad creo que tengo muy poco que agregar al escenario que nos indica la importancia y los grandes problemas que presenta la obtención de la tecnología y la aplicación de la ciencia para el desarrollo de nuestros países. Vengo del segundo país más pobre de Latinoamérica, donde la desigualdad es la más pronunciada de todo el continente también. Por lo tanto, estamos hablando de que ahí donde hay desigualdad se profundizan brechas que nosotros todavía no percibimos. Aquí hemos visto países que están hablando acerca de sus grandes avances. Nosotros debemos decir que hemos retrocedido en 12 años, después del golpe de Estado de 2009, retrocedimos 12 años en educación, en matemáticas, en el conocimiento del castellano y de otros idiomas, de la lógica formal que se ocupa para el desarrollo y para la autosuficiencia. Conocer de tecnologías implica conocimiento y el conocimiento, mientras sea mercancía, no será accesible para ninguno de nosotros. Y mientras más pobres y más desiguales, menos probabilidades tendremos de aplicar esto. He escuchado a lo largo de la jornada que hay que hablar con los organismos financieros para que flexibilicen y hagan una nueva arquitectura. La verdad es que tenemos un profundo problema con el sistema capitalista porque profundiza todos nuestros problemas. Profundiza la pauperización de todas las personas en el planeta y a los pobres los hace más pobres, a los más pobres como nosotros los condena a que 2030 quede como un horizonte demasiado distante. El llamado aquí no es a cambiar una arquitectura, es un llamado a flexibilizar nuestra humanidad para dejar de darnos caridad, para dejar de dar limosnas, para dejar de que unos seamos de segunda clase y otros sean de primera clase. Necesitamos que el mundo entienda que para avanzar todos, para que ninguno se quede atrás, todos debemos tener las mismas oportunidades y aprovechar las mismas oportunidades. Porque hablamos de democracia y de derechos que en la práctica ninguno de nuestros pueblos, estoy hablando de los más pobres, tiene la posibilidad de ejercer nunca en su vida. Si me equivoqué de panel, lo siento, pero creo que esta era una verdad que tenía que decirse antes que hablar de ciencia y tecnología. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. There is one sentence we should remember from your speech: no one should be left behind. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister of Planning of Honduras.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Saleh Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs for the State of Eritrea.
Good afternoon. His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency Ms. Natasha Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia, distinguished participants. Let me join others in congratulating you for your able moderation of this crucial dialogue on the application of science, technology, and innovation and data for informative action as game changers in achieving sustainable development. Indeed, there are various game changers that could transform societal development, such as new technologies, science, and mode of organizations. Other candidates also include artificial intelligence, advanced biotech, robotics, Internet of Things, to name but a few. For policymakers, the challenges such innovations entail are manifold. The most critical change is perhaps to know what will turn out to be transformative, what is just stepwise evolution, and what is hype. Another challenge is understanding how technologies and innovations that have proven transformative in one socio-economic context can be adapted to another with different levels of development and resources. Excellencies, for a country like Eritrea, where much of the infrastructure that drives the innovation systems of developed countries is absent, a particular challenge is how to develop local innovation systems that can address and transform potential game changers into valuable vehicles for development driven by the people to ensure sustainability. Despite such challenges, innovation in science and technology remain by drivers of sustainable development. For example, managing interconnectedness between the education systems and research institutions, businesses, and different government agencies may stimulate innovation based on cooperation between the actors. As one of the good examples in this regard, I wish to refer to our primary health care.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Very short of time. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your comments. STI and data is a collaboration between private and public, and that's the only chance of success, and we agree with you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Shtayyeh, Prime Minister and Minister of Interior and Minister for Work of the State of Palestine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكرام، يسعدني المشاركة معكم في هذه القمة الهامة والتي تعقد في لحظة زمنية معقدة، حيث تلقي التحديات السياسية والاقتصادية بظلالها على بلداننا، ما ينعكس على قدرة الدول على تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة. إذ مع انقضاء منتصف المدة منذ اعتماد أجندة التنمية المستدامة ما زلنا بعيدين جدا عن تحقيق أهدافها رغم الجهود المبذولة من الجميع. يحتم علينا أن نعمل سويا لتبني إجراءات عملية وملموسة للتغلب على الأزمات المتعددة التي نواجهها من أجل تسريع تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة. الحضور الكرام، تعهدتم عام 2015 بأن لا يترك أحدا خلف الركب، وبعد مضي نصف المدة على تنفيذ الأجندة فإن الشعب الفلسطيني يكافح من أجل اللحاق بالركب العالمي في ظل استعمار استيطاني يسيطر على الأرض ويضعف الإنسان ويتحكم بحدود ومعابر دولة فلسطين ويسلب موارد ومقدرات شعبنا ويمارس كل ما من شأنه أن يقوض فرص التنمية في فلسطين ونقوصها. لقد أكدت خطة تحويل عالمنا على أنه لا سبيل إلى تحقيق التنمية المستدامة دون إرساء السلام وسيادة الدول على ثرواتها الوطنية ومواردها الطبيعية وأنشطتها الاقتصادية، ودعت إلى اتخاذ التدابير اللازمة طبقا للقانون الدولي من أجل إزالة العقبات التي تحول دون إتمام حق تقرير المصير للشعوب الرازحة تحت نير الاستعمار والاحتلال الأجنبي، والتي ما زالت تؤثر سلباً في قدرتها لتحقيق التنمية الشاملة. نحن في فلسطين نكافح مع شركائنا من أجل إنهاء الاحتلال وتحقيق تقدم للوصول لأهداف التنمية المستدامة. وهنا نود التأكيد على مسؤولية المجتمع الدولي أجمع في العمل على إلزام إسرائيل بإنهاء احتلالها لفلسطين وفق القرارات والمرجعيات الدولية، ونشدد على أن إيجاد بيئة موائمة على المستوى الإقليمي والدولي لدعم الجهود الراهنة لتحقيق السلام والاستقرار على أسس عادلة وإقامة دولة فلسطين المستقلة كأهم شرط لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة فيها. الحضور الكرام، بالرغم من العقبات الناجمة عن واقعنا تحت الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لأرضنا، فإن حكومتنا قامت بوضع الترتيبات المؤسسية اللازمة للوصول لأهداف أجندة التنمية المستدامة، حيث قامت بتشكيل فريق وطني لمتابعة تنفيذها، وقدمت استعراضها الطوعي والأول في العام 2018، وهي عازمة على تقديم استعراضها الطوعي لذلك. وقد ذهبنا لتسريع تحقيق العديد من مقاصد أهداف التنمية بحلول العام 2030، وتتمثل هذه الأولويات أولاً في تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي الشامل، وثانياً تحسين قدرة المواطن على الصمود، وثالثاً تحسين جودة الخدمات، ورابعاً الإصلاح وتعزيز فعالية المؤسسات العامة. السيدات والسادة، في الختام فإننا نريد التأكيد على أن المجتمع الدولي مطالب بإنهاء الاحتلال وتمكين الشعب الفلسطيني من تقرير مصيره وإقامة دولته المستقلة، لتتمكن دولة فلسطين من الإيفاء بالتزاماتها وتعهداتها نحو أجندة التنمية المستدامة. وشكرا جزيلا لإصغائكم. شكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister of the State of Palestine. And despite all the obstacles that you are facing, you are still trying to reach the SDG goals. Thank you for that. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. Please, Madam, take the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, the world renewed its solemn promise to achieve the SDGs, and the UN Secretary General called for a global rescue plan. Today, my message is simple. Digital must be an integral part of this plan. Digital can help rescue the SDGs. It already does. The game-changing digital solutions at the heart of the SDG Digital Acceleration Agenda that was launched yesterday by ITU and UNDP during the SDG Action Weekend demonstrate that these technologies can accelerate progress in 70% of the SDG targets. And emerging technologies like AI have a multiplier effect. To all our partners, public and private, inside and outside the UN, double down on digital, and do it now. Do it for the 2.6 billion worldwide still unconnected. Do it for all the women and girls that are left behind. Join the countries this week that are calling for digital to be central to the Global Digital Compact. Because the true promise of digital, like the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, lies in the ability to empower everyone, everywhere. As the UN Agency for Digital Technologies, the ITU will continue to ensure that countries with low technological capabilities receive the support that they need. We will proudly co-lead the Technical Secretariat of the Joint SDG Fund's new window on digital transformation that was launched yesterday by the UNDSG at our SDG Digital event. And we will continue to ensure that digital technologies are developed, are deployed, and are used safely, responsibly, and sustainably in line with our UN core values. Excellencies, this is the time and the place for collective action. Let's align the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS +20 review process with the 2030 Agenda. Let's put universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation for all at the center of our efforts so that 7 years from now, this Assembly looks back at this day and says the actions that we took to advance digital technologies help put the SDGs back on track. And as the DSG has said, we can win this in the second half. Thank you, and I give you back 5 seconds. Thank you.
Every second counts. I really do appreciate those 5 seconds. So thank you, Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. One sentence that I remember from your speech: digital can help rescue the SDGs. Thank you for this. And now I give the floor to Ms. Barbara del Castillo, Global Focal Point Science Policy Interface for the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth. Please, Madam, take the floor.
Your Excellencies and esteemed colleagues, thank you. I am Barbara del Castello, speaking on behalf of the Major Group for Children and Youth. Young people have worked during the last year to consult and prepare for the SDG Summit and launch our Global Youth Position Paper. Furthermore, youth are the co-organizers of the Global People's Assembly for the SDG Summit, which gathered civil society to prepare the People's Declaration and demand economic, environmental, and social justice. We call upon member states to heed the recommendations of these documents. If we are seeking game changers in the field of science and technology and innovation, the place that we need to look any further is our youngest. Science and technology are constantly moving forward to resolve our current challenges. As we youth scientists, engineers, and innovators, we are key stakeholders in our future. Youth are leading developments in science, technology, and innovation. This is especially true in the Global South, where the demographic of these states have youth at the forefront and the majority. Regarding demographics, youth comprise half the global population, yet we lack current data on how many youth are in the science and technology workforce. As youth in science, technology, and innovation, we recommend that policymakers specifically examine capacity building for youth in STEM, gender equity, science and digital literacy, and education as we move forward to 2030. Encouraging youth and children to engage in social and technological innovation can lead to scalable solutions for sustainable development. We must provide youth and children with the necessary tools through education in STEM. Let us continue to engage scientists and innovators as an entry point for a better future as we strive to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. We should not only be in the community, but we should be involved in the decision process at all levels. As an initial step, we advocate for the representation of youth scientists in the 10-member group. We propose establishing a dedicated Youth and STI Day during the STI Forum. We also recommend amplifying Africa's youth's voices, aspirations, and needs within the SDI for Africa Coalition. We are beyond speeches. We are ready for action, and we can provide ideas. And we are ready for intergenerational work. And with that, I heed my 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you for 30 seconds. Thank you, the representative of the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth. You said, who are the game changers? The youth. They are key stakeholders for the future, and that's the fact. And now I give the floor to the last speaker for Leaders Dialogue 3, Ms. Ime Scholz, co-chair of the Independent Group of Scientists writing the Global Sustainable Development Report and co-president of the Heinrich Böll Foundation. Please, Madam, take the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the key insights of the Global Sustainable Development Report 2023. You find your copy at the side of both doors. Our aim is to strengthen the implementation of the SDGs. We have been set back by the COVID pandemic and the consequences of ongoing and new conflicts and wars. But the main challenge lies in the nature of the 2030 Agenda and the transformative action that it emphasizes, transformative action and not incremental change. Without urgent course correction and acceleration, humanity will lose opportunities to act and face increased costs of inaction, crisis, and uncertainty. Embracing transformations is needed. We cannot afford delaying it further. The features of the transformation process are therefore at the center of the report. This process has the shape of an S-curve and goes through 3 phases. Innovation emerges, then it accelerates, and when it has stabilized, new sustainable ways of doing things have been established. This process, however, is accompanied by friction and conflict. If innovations are truly transformative, they replace existing ways of doing things. While new pathways emerge, old pathways will destabilize, break down, and ultimately be phased out. The report identifies key systemic interventions that aim at several SDGs simultaneously and build on the many synergies that exist. With them, it is possible to direct and shape transformations successfully. Transformations as envisaged by the 2030 Agenda are possible if guided by bold, ambitious, and coherent actions from all stakeholders, governments at all levels, citizens, civil society, and the private sector. At the same time, policymakers and stakeholders need to keep strategic direction despite resistance to change, maintain societal support, anticipate conflict and manage it, and design a just transition for those that fear to be left behind. These abilities and capacities need to be built urgently now, everywhere, in all countries. Transformations benefit from strengthened accountability so that citizens, private sector, civil society organizations, and parliaments can see what has been achieved and how, and push for more effective action. Transformations also benefit from science, from research of all disciplines applied to finding cost-effective solutions that are adapted to the needs and contexts of each country, from collaboration between policymakers, citizens, private sector, and researchers in applying solutions and improving them, and from the inclusion of indigenous and local knowledge to include the needs and perspectives of all and leave no one behind. We therefore call you to develop national action plans, drawing on our framework, and to help to close the enormous international gap regarding science, technology, and innovation capacities, as well as access to technologies. Thank you.
Madam Scholz, thank you very much. What we can learn from your speech, we should all read the report, which is there available for us, correct? Thank you. This was the last speaker. Now it's time to conclude. I have a couple of minutes. I just want to tell you a story for the end. If you listened to me at the beginning, I said that I want to do something regarding disinformation and misinformation, and that artificial intelligence can help us in this regard. I just recently read an article about the Israeli group called Jorge Group, which was established to help the countries to influence the election process. They do have 30,000 bots in their possession with real names and real bank accounts, so that if somebody's making an investigation, you cannot really find out that we are talking about bots. The investigative journalists infiltrated in this group, and they found out that this group already had 31 clients, 31 countries from all around the globe. And the guy, the leader of this Jorge group, claimed that he was successful in 27 cases. So if this is not going to wake us up, that we have to fight disinformation and misinformation, I don't know what else to say. But if we want to do this, a lot of you mentioned today solidarity, cooperation, exchange of knowledge. But if we do not have trust, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not trust each other, then there's nothing we can do. And being a lawyer, I can just tell you that trust cannot be defined in your constitutions and in conventions. Trust is something that only people can give to people, nations to nations. I do hope that I didn't sound like Miss Universe right now, but that's what I honestly believe. And I would like to thank everyone, each of one of you who contributed to this panel, the Leaders Dialogue 3 on Game Changers, Applying Science, Technology, Innovation, and Data for Transformative Action. On behalf of my co-moderator who had to leave because of a bilateral meeting prearranged and myself, I wish to take this opportunity and thank all participants for their forward-looking and results-oriented interventions. We will continue shortly in this chamber with Leaders Dialogue 4 on strengthening integrated policies and public institutions for achieving the SDGs. So please remain seated if you want to continue to listen to this. And now I conclude this session. Thank you very much.
distinguished heads of state, heads of government, ministers, distinguished delegates, please take your seats. Leaders' Dialogue 4 is about to begin. Thank you.
Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates. I call to order Leaders' Dialogue 4 of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly, the SDG Summit on Strengthening Integrated Policies and Public Institutions for Achieving the SDGs. Let me take this opportunity to cordially welcome all of you to this Leaders' Dialogue. I am honored to serve as your co-moderator, together with Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark. In this dialogue, we will consider how we can enhance the integration and coherence of policies to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, with a focus on how to take advantage of synergies and manage trade-offs among the goals. The dialogue will also explore how to strengthen the capacity of public institutions to support integrated action. I would now like to invite my co-moderator, Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark, to deliver some reflections on this afternoon's theme.
Thank you so much, and dear colleagues, let me also take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this Leaders' Dialogue and to introduce my co-moderator, Mark Brown, Prime Minister of the Cook Islands. Just some few opening remarks before we give the floor to you. There are only 7 years left now to deliver on our Sustainable Development Goals, and we are not even close to reaching them. Developing countries are bearing the burden. We need to give you a bigger voice. We need to lift the burden of your shoulders, and we need to invest more in your countries. This is the only way to speed up, and we need to speed up if we are going to reach our common goal. In my mind, we need to change some of the rules in this game. We have to look at the fundamentals of the global economy and of the international financial system and institutions. Today, too many states are crippled by the increasing debt burdens, and too many of you are dealing with challenges that you did not create yourself. Too many states are underrepresented in the international decision-making bodies. Taking steps to address these issues starts with one thing, and that is political will. That is political will, and today we would like, from a Danish perspective, to offer our full support to addressing inequalities of the current system. A big challenge for all of us is to raising more funds for developing and climate change. In this case, we all need to step up, both public and private actors. That is why the Danish government, as I represent today, has decided to step up on financing. And even today, we are ready to make new commitments. Let me also express my deep concern with the high levels of debt that many countries are facing. It is a challenge that we need to tackle as a global community with the engagement of all creditors so that countries are actually able to move forward and not to stand still in debt. Ladies and gentlemen, we all need to do more. We know that, and now we have to deliver. We need to do it differently, and we need to work very close together, public and privately. And we need for everyone to have a seat at this table. And of course, all of you can count on Denmark. So hopefully today we will have a fruitful discussion, also with some concrete results and necessary steps forward. And with these few words as a starting point, I would like to give the floor back to my co-lead. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kia ora and a warm Pacific greetings to you all. The Cook Islands remains firmly committed to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the attainment of holistic well-being for present and future generations. In August this year, my government, in collaboration with the UN Multi-Country Office in Samoa, completed our national consultations on the SDGs as part of our sustained engagement with our people in preparation for this week's SDG Summit. As a small nation, we had the comparative advantage of being able to quickly and meaningfully consult with Cook Islanders from across all sectors, enabling their important input while helping us to identify the key SDGs and entry points requiring government's immediate action and investment. I wish to highlight here the four main areas our government, in consultation with our people, identified for SDGs acceleration in the Cook Islands, through leapfrogging our SDG challenges and advancing our own national strategic agenda. Firstly, well-being for all, or as we say, turanga me metaki. In the Cook Islands, we view the concept of well-being as a basic human right, essential to all of humanity. Well-being, from our perspective, is the state of an individual leading a happy, comfortable, fulfilling, and healthy life, irrespective of their circumstance. We believe that a focus on well-being is therefore crucial in the pursuit of Cook Islands SDGs, ensuring that the government does not lose sight of what is most important for people of the Cook Islands. In our sustained pursuit of well-being for Cook Islanders, our government applies long-term vision and evidence-based research to the planning of our national policies. We aim to foster social harmony, sustainable economic productivity, and a more resilient, equitable, and innovative society that is culturally and environmentally connected, ultimately contributing to sustainable development and global progress. Secondly, social protection and job creation. The Cook Islands has one of the most extensive formal social protection systems in the Pacific region. Our recognition for the critical role of social protection interventions to social and economic development came as early as 1965. Our national policies continue to be people and community-centered, thus demonstrating our commitment to inclusivity and to leaving no one behind. Our social protection system was crucial to protecting the well-being and livelihoods of Cook Islanders during and after the global pandemic, and continues to support those in need, even now. Our SDGs trajectory shows that continued focus and investment in social protection and the generation of jobs will be important for ensuring decent work and well-being, but also for securing gains in gender equality and for empowering our women and youth. Thirdly, biodiversity and nature conservation. As traditional custodians of our environment, we understand that preserving our unique ecosystems is not only a national responsibility, but a global imperative. By safeguarding biodiversity and nature, we contribute to the worldwide effort to mitigate climate change and protect our national and shared natural heritage. It will also ensure that our pursuit of economic growth and prosperity is done sustainably and always with due regard for the environment. This will include continued marine conservation to protect life below water and measures to ensure the sustainability of life on land, disaster risk reduction strategies and advocacy for the preservation of biodiversity and adaptation to and mitigation of climate change. Fourthly, investments in energy, digital and public infrastructure. The Cook Islands recognizes that robust, modern and fit-for-purpose infrastructure is one of the primary enablers of sustainable development. Timely and efficient investment in sustainable energy sources, digital connectivity and adequate public infrastructure for the Cook Islands is therefore critical and urgent importance, as they will result in sustainable economic growth and enhance the overall quality of life for our citizens. At the behest of our citizens, we, the Government of the Cook Islands, are committed to mobilizing investments in these areas for SDGs achievement. We, in tandem, recognize that beyond these high-level commitments, robust follow-up and review is needed for constant review progress, for sharing of experience and for seeking guidance and recommendations on follow-up actions. We are, in addition, committed to crafting integrated policies and strengthening public institutions for a conducive and enabling SDGs environment. Finally, whilst we are unwavering in our commitments to the SDGs achievement, we do recognize that the Cook Islands, despite all its efforts, cannot walk the path of the SDGs achievement alone. In this spirit, we therefore call on the global community to join us on this journey, for only with your support can we ensure that we prosper and together, leaving no one behind. Thank you for your attention. Kia manuia. Thank you very much, distinguished participants. We will now proceed to hear statements by those inscribed on the list of speakers. Before calling on the first speakers, may I remind delegations that statements are strictly limited to 3 minutes. In case speakers exceed their time limit, the microphone will be automatically deactivated after a short grace period. I apologize in advance if speakers are cut off. As delegations have been informed, due to the high interest in the dialogue, we unfortunately have to resort to these measures to ensure that all speakers can deliver their statements in the limited time available. Thank you in advance for your understanding. To assist speakers in managing their time, a countdown clock will be visible on the screen. When a clock signifies that the 3 minutes have been exhausted, speakers are kindly requested to conclude their statements. Full versions of longer interventions can be submitted to the Secretariat for posting on the SDG Summit website. I now hand the floor to my co-moderator, Her Excellency Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark, to invite speakers to address this meeting.
Thank you so much. And I will now give the floor to the Republic of San Marino. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, the interconnection among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the need for a holistic approach that incorporates the goal into whole action of our government and civil society is one of the essential factors in achieving the SDGs of 2030 agenda. The Republic of San Marino is also committed to this end, in the awareness that a collective conscience must be established that gives absolute priority to the global needs of the planet and to the growing challenges, both in terms of the environment and of security among states, which no spare nobody. In 2021, the first San Marino voluntary national review was submitted to the United Nations, with an extensive and very thorough analysis of all SDGs. On the basis of the Wuhan 64 actions were identified, distributed over 14 fields of action, testifying to the strong interconnection among the different SDGs. Although the integrated approach among the society, environmental culture, and open economy and democratic institutions represent a virtuous and widely shared model at the national level, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, ongoing armed conflicts, and migration, and confirm once again that no state can succeed alone and without collective action and the full involvement of all actors of the international arena.
Awareness, timeliness, a common perception of the global emergency. These are some of the characteristics shared by the action of governments around the world when dealing with an unknown and lethal enemy such as COVID-19. Governments took action using all the available resources, placing their trust in professionals, trying to provide an immediate response to the most fragile people, and accelerating science and technologies. The climate change emergency should be addressed with the same urgency and determination. It should be a priority from which the integrated policies covered by the SDGs derive, because it is precisely from climate change that most of the crises that all nations face every day stem. The Republic of San Marino has already started to give its contribution some time ago by acting in several areas, such as protection and reception of migrants, unaccompanied minors, and a process of transformation of the education system. Our Republic shares with the principle of multilateralism and strongly supports the work of international organizations, to each of which it offers
I thank the Republic of San Marino for their statement, and I now give the floor to the President of the Slovak Republic. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, only 12% of the Sustainable Development Targets are on track. Yes, we were partly slowed down by crises beyond our control, such as COVID pandemic. But that can't be our excuse. To meet the SDGs, we also need strong public institutions and involvement of all stakeholders, including civil society. In most countries, strengthening public institutions is easier said than starting positions are different. In Slovakia, as part of our post-communism transition and preparation to join the EU, we had to completely transform the public sector. We have managed to integrate our SDG commitments into national strategies so they can reinforce each other. So when we plan our decarbonization, we also look at decreasing risk of poverty and improving public health. This year, we will close our coal mines and stop using coal as a source for producing electricity. Our coal mining regions will host a cluster of next-generation fossil-free jobs. This will offer a viable alternative to the dirty and unhealthy status quo. We are moving faster and moving towards net zero. 85% of our electricity is already produced with zero emissions. In the next 7 years, we will use 5% of our GDP to decarbonize our economy and increase the use of renewables. Another key area of our focus is water and forests. We are revitalizing our river basins to improve water and soil quality. Last year, we made it a legal obligation to make 50% of our national parks a non-intervention zone by 2025. When it comes to poverty, in the next 8 years, we are investing almost €1 billion to integrate marginalized Roma communities which often face generational poverty. From the next year, all 3-year-old children will be legally entitled to preschool education. This will help reduce the number of children at risk of poverty or social exclusion. Our civil society is a crucial partner. They often pilot innovative approaches, which are later scaled up with governmental support. One such example is a project to involve women from marginalized communities. They act as mentors for families in these communities to advance early childhood. Thank you for
I thank the President of the Slovak Republic for her statement, and I now give the floor to the President of Albania.
Dear Prime Minister Frederiksen, dear Prime Minister Brown, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, to express my gratitude to the Secretary General for convening this high-level meeting focused on one of the most important commitments of the international community, a commitment that is taken in the name of our societies, humanity, and for the coming generation. Sustainable development stands as our most robust guarantee for a world characterized by peace and stability. As we found ourselves halfway through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the timing of this meeting could not be more critical. There is a growing concern due to the lack of progress and, in many cases, regression in several sustainable development goals. The COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing conflicts have presented troubling challenges, making it increasingly difficult to remain steadfast in our pursuit of this commitment and the achievement of the SDGs by 2030. The global impact of Russia's unjustified military aggression against Ukraine, a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter, reverberates across borders. The devastating consequences of this ongoing conflict threaten not only Ukraine's economy and well-being, but also jeopardize the attainment of the SDGs and disrupt global trade and the economy, severely affecting food security for most vulnerable. We must remember that development and conflicts are incompatible, and it's imperative that this war cease, giving way to peace and recovery. Regarding Albania, I would like to emphasize that my country is on the accelerated development path, advocating for comprehensive and transformative approaches that encompass economic, social, and environmental development. The implementation of the SDG agenda is not just a priority, it's a collective national effort spanning all state institutions, including civil society. The Albanian Parliament recently adopted a resolution outlining our commitment to promote, finance, and monitor the realization of the SDGs as part of our journey toward EU integration. Financing remains a significant challenge, and Albania has created the SDG Accelerated Funds, primarily funded by the government. With only 7 years left until our 2030 deadline, we must intensify our efforts and accelerate progress in implementing the 2030 Agenda. And with the Sustainable Development Goals continue to serve as our universal, indivisible, and integrated roadmap, guiding our vision and aspiration for the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the President of Albania. And now I would like to give the floor to the President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I begin with the good news about my country. 21 years since independence, we started from below zero. We had 19 medical doctors then. We had 1 PhD, no electricity, even in the capital city, 1 university. We just came out of a prolonged conflict. Then, 21 years later, we have 16 universities, hundreds of master's degrees, PhDs. We have electricity covering 96.1% of the territory. Life expectancy in 2002 was less than 60 years, now roughly 70. And according to The Economist, we are #1 democracy in Southeast Asia. Apologies to others in Southeast Asia. According to Reporters Without Borders, we are #10 in the world in terms of press freedom. Apologies to Western countries that rate 20, 30, something like that. We have a debt to external sources only to World Bank, ADB, IFC, and represents 13% of our GDP. These are the good news, also in that Timor-Leste is an oasis of tranquility. We have zero political violence. We do have tensions, political tensions. Obviously, only in North Korea there are no political tensions. In Timor-Leste, we do have a lot of political tensions, but no religious tensions, no ethnic tensions. We live in complete harmony. This is to say, preconditions for achieving SDGs is tranquility, unity, reconciliation in the country. What are the negatives? The negatives are external. In 2007, we had the financial crisis that impacted many countries. It was thanks only to China that situation didn't get worse internationally. And I'm not referring to Timor-Leste because we are self-funded for our national budget. But ODA literally was obliterated beginning 2007 and had never recovered. The recommendation from the UN for 0.7% of national for GDP were never fulfilled. Only 5 Nordic countries, always 0.7% or 1%. Only UK, of the G7 countries, only UK, under David Cameron, it increased to 1%, to 0.7%. I don't know now about the UK. Western countries, OECD countries promised in 2009, following the subprime crisis, that ODA would not be sacrificed. It has been sacrificed. So that's one problem in the non-achieving of
President,
goals.
I'm so sorry.
These are, and then the debt of third world countries, fragile states, that Western countries, international financial institutions have not had the courage to initiate an initiative to write off the debt of the commercial banks to.
So sorry, President, but give him a hand. And congratulations on the great numbers after only 21 years. I would like now to give the floor to the President of Montenegro.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, efforts to introduce elements of sustainability policy into the national framework have been evident in Montenegro since the adoption of the Declaration on the Ecological State of Montenegro back in 1991, as well as integration of this provision into the Constitution from 1992. With this work, Montenegro became the very first country constitutionally recognized as ecological, with the task to transcend this idea into all policies created at the national level. Over the years, Montenegro has created its strategic framework through several important documents that shaped all actions in this field. One of them, the National Strategy of Sustainable Development from 2016, positioned our country high on the world map of sustainable development, aligned fully with the UN Agenda 2030. To achieve this smooth implementation of the strategy, the state has founded the National Council for Sustainable Development as its advisory body for monitoring and coordination of the country's sustainable development policy. During the previous period, Montenegro has also worked on designing financing mechanisms for SDG implementation. One particularly important fiscal and labor market reform implemented 2 years ago resulted in the rise of the minimum wage and the minimum pension, thus enabling reduction of poverty in the country. This was followed by other social security reforms, including the provision of free books for all primary school students, as well as child allowance to all under the 18. Another major step towards strengthening financial mechanisms aimed to support the SDGs was the establishment of the Acceleration Fund. This fund has been meant to be an important tool for financing and implementation of SDG policies and projects, and it makes Montenegro among the biggest SDG donor countries in comparison to its size and number of citizens. Bearing all this in mind, we turn our attention to the incredible potential for collaboration and support that exists within the civil society, the academic and scientific communities. To conclude, we must always have in mind that achieving SDGs demands a holistic approach. Therefore, this is not merely a global pact, but a promise to every region, every community, and every citizen. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the President of Montenegro, and now we will turn to the Prime Minister of Georgia.
Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to attend the United Nations General Assembly's Sustainable Development Goals Summit, where the global community can unite visions, exchange experiences, and how to realize the 2030 Agenda objectives. Our government has taken robust actions to advance the 2030 Agenda and build its public service capacities to address existing challenges, which is reflected in multiple global rankings. I am proud that Georgia's contributions to SDGs have made us a leader in implementing the 2030 Agenda. Through various initiatives and partnerships, Georgia is fostering sustainable economic growth, social development, and environmental protection. In 2016, Georgia highlighted the inclusion of the SDGs into its strategic documents and objectives in the first voluntary national review. This was followed by the second review in 2020, which detailed SDGs progress. Georgia has identified all 17 SDGs and 93 targets as national priorities and has defined 200 indicators for tracking its progress. We also established the SDGs National Council to foster constructive interpersonal dialogue. Georgia is turning words into actions by aligning our national policies with the SDGs. Our policy planning now integrates SDGs into our national processes so that new strategic documents align with our commitments. My government has further devised a localization plan in 2021 to integrate SDGs at the grassroots level. Currently, 32 out of 64 municipalities in Georgia are contributing to SDGs through the plan. By 2025, every municipality will sign on. This localized pursuit aligns with our Vision 2030 development strategy of Georgia, which outlines key priorities for development in compliance with the UN Sustainable Development Agenda. Our government additionally seeks to build coordination capacities and transparency mechanisms. To this end, we have created a monitoring system for the UN Sustainable Goals National Agenda for real-time updates on SDG targets. And our significant advances position Georgia as a global hub for business and finance. Georgia is one of the world's fastest growing economies, with double-digit economic growth recorded in 2021 and 2022, and growth remains high at 7.2% in January-July of 2023. So Georgia's position as a responsible global actor advancing the 2030 Agenda is reflected in its numerous policies aimed at reducing poverty, promoting social inclusion, improving education access, developing renewable energy, and utilizing eco-friendly tourism practices. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of Georgia. I now give the floor to the Prime Minister and Minister of Reforms for the Republic of Cabo Verde.
Distintos participantes, Cabo Verde mantém firme o seu compromisso de atingir os ODS com políticas integradas. Integramos as políticas e alinhamos as políticas com os ODS a nível nacional, regional e local, através do Plano Estratégico de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, da Política Nacional de Coesão Territorial e da Estratégia Nacional de Descentralização para territorializar os ODS. Integramos as políticas e alinhamos as políticas com os ODS como instrumentos orientadores para a ação do Governo, dos municípios, das organizações da sociedade civil e das empresas. Dada a limitação do tempo de intervenção, gostaria de partilhar políticas integradas no combate à pobreza e no que se refere à educação. Temos como objetivo reduzir a pobreza absoluta para níveis inferiores a 20% e erradicar a pobreza extrema em 2026, com acesso ao rendimento, à educação, à saúde, à proteção social, a bens básicos como a água, a energia e o saneamento, através da qualificação profissional, do empreendedorismo e da inclusão produtiva. A nossa estratégia de redução da pobreza e da erradicação da pobreza extrema assenta numa abordagem integrada e articulada de políticas. Políticas de crescimento econômico sustentável, políticas ativas de emprego, políticas de inclusão e proteção social, políticas de igualdade e equidade de género e políticas de coesão territorial. A abordagem é assente no empoderamento econômico e social das famílias, em situação de pobreza, para serem autónomas e progredirem na vida. Criamos o Cadastro Social Único para basear de forma transparente e mensurável as políticas sociais. Temos como objetivo, e não vamos deixar ninguém para trás na educação. Para isso, universalizamos o ensino pré-escolar, subsidiando as famílias mais pobres. Tornamos gratuita a inscrição e frequência ao ensino básico e secundário. Tornamos gratuita a inscrição e a frequência de pessoas com deficiência a todos os níveis de ensino, incluindo o ensino profissional. Reforçamos a ação social escolar. O impacto destas medidas é bem visível hoje na redução do abandono escolar e no aumento do sucesso escolar. With more and better partnership and financing, we'll move faster and stronger towards the SDGs. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Reforms for the Republic of Cabo Verde. I now give the floor to the Prime Minister of Sint Maarten, Kingdom of the Netherlands.
I am honored to address you today on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, consisting of 4 countries, the Netherlands in Europe, as well as the Caribbean countries of Aruba, Curacao, and my home country, St. Martin. It is clear that we need to step up our efforts in order to fulfill the promise of the 2030 Agenda. We recognize our responsibility to reduce our ecological footprint and the negative spillovers. It is our ambition to reduce our impact as well, even the small countries. We are taking ambitious measures to build climate resilience by supporting poverty reduction, promoting access to justice for all, and facilitating just green transitions, both nationally and in developing countries. In the Caribbean part, the challenges and vulnerabilities we face are multidimensional and continuously evolving. Small islands have limited means to address these, so we must think holistically, not only about climate change, but also about its ripple effects on our economies, health, and society. These cross-dimensional impacts demand our immediate attention, proactive measures, and innovative solutions. Our experiences within the Caribbean, with limited capacity and this reality of small-scale economies, underscore the importance of integrated approaches in addressing the SDGs. To address these challenges effectively, we are focusing on strengthening our public institutions with structural reforms in recognition of the need for a robust public infrastructure. In St. Martin, we are also heavily investing in disaster preparedness and disaster risk management. Inclusion is also at the heart of our approach, and we recognize that our people are our most valuable asset. It is crucial to involve them in the change we seek to see by investing in their equitable, just, and sustainable development. Within the Netherlands, as an example of catalyzing capital for the SDGs, recently the ILX fund was raised, which raised over $1 billion from Dutch pension funds to be co-invested with development banks. This shows that SDG investments in emerging economies are attractive for big investors. In closing, the challenges we face may be daunting, but the Kingdom remains resolute and committed to achieving the SDGs. This is a promise we have made to current and future generations. As SIDS, it remains imperative that we continue to engage in a wide range of strategic partnerships for technical and financial support as outlined in SDG 17. Multilateralism and cooperation, therefore, remains the most important vehicle for global achievement of the Sustainable Goals for 2030. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of St. Martin, Kingdom of the Netherlands. I now give the floor to the Minister of Sustainable Development of Bahrain.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be participating in the 2023 SDG Summit and marking the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We value the opportunity to recognize our achievements to date and to reiterate the Kingdom of Bahrain's commitment to take bold, accelerated, and transformative actions to achieve the SDGs going forward. The summit comes 2 months after the Kingdom presented its second voluntary national review here in July 2023, which captured our ongoing and concerted efforts in accelerating progress and achieving a better future for all. In answering the Secretary General's call to convey national commitments to SDG transformation and building on the commitments laid out in our recent VNR, today we will focus on 3 key areas where significant progress was made in recent months. First, climate action and sustainable economic development. At COP26, we announced our commitment to reach net zero by 2060. In 2022 alone, the Kingdom doubled its deployment of renewables and exceeded its trees and mangroves annual planting targets. And we were able to do so through effective partnership between the government, private sector, and civil society as a whole. In recent months, we announced plans to build our largest solar plant, set to generate 28% of the renewable energy targets by 2035. We launched our national energy strategy as a commitment to the sustainability, affordability, and security of energy supply, and a roadmap for the transition towards a low-carbon future. And we completed a sea level rise adaptation plan, a proactive measure to protect coastal areas and strengthen the island's resilience. Our second commitment is around financial services sector innovation for financing sustainability. As a regional financial services hub, Bahrain is supporting and guiding the sector as it leads the way in promoting a sustainable transformation. A key recent step taken was the Central Bank of Bahrain's consultation paper issued last month ahead of the adoption of mandatory environmental, social, and governance guidelines. These ESG guidelines are intended to promote integrity, transparency, and regular disclosure and reporting. The third area of commitment is around strengthening our national statistical capacity to enhance SDG data reporting and fuel the progress on the SDGs. As the DSG said, we cannot achieve what we cannot measure. Through adopting a whole-of-government approach and partnering with UN custodian agencies, we aim to ensure that access to timely, relevant, and high-quality disaggregated data is the default. To achieve that, we believe in the importance of investing in upskilling our human capital, deploying innovative technology, and strengthening our institutional governance. And finally, I'd reiterate the Kingdom of Bahrain's commitment to the 2030 Agenda and leaving.
I thank the Minister of Sustainable Development of Bahrain. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Mr. President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is actively pursuing the objective of transforming our federation into the first sustainable island state in the Caribbean by strategically adopting the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals as our guiding framework. On the eve of our 40th anniversary of independence tomorrow, we remain committed to leaving no one behind, with a progressive agenda for people-first transformation in comprehensive access to healthcare, equity in education, targeted social protection, and workers' rights. We are at the vanguard of regional progress in all the SDGs related to people, largely due to our multidimensional approach to poverty reduction via a comprehensive mapping of the vulnerability landscape and expanding economic transformation. Our priority areas for investment and policy changes include renewable energy and geothermal. The transformation of the energy sector aligns with our NDC commitments with investments in geothermal in Nevis and solar energy in St. Kitts to construct one renewable grid connecting 2 islands. Water security. Important for us is balancing the water, energy, food nexus, which is fundamental to our economic transformation. The commitment will be met through continued public-private partnerships in desalination. Food security. We adopted the CARICOM 25 by 2025 initiative in our agriculture and fisheries sector to reduce food imports by 25% by the year 2025. Digital public infrastructure. Accelerated investments in digital infrastructure are improving connectivity, public and private sector productivity, and the digital economy. St. Kitts and Nevis is a success story in spite of and due to our small size. International support for the SDG agenda is a must. We call for and support the call for innovative financial instruments, predictable climate finance, debt relief, concessional financing, centering of justice, amplifying of the voices of the smallest nations and the most vulnerable people, the promotion of equity, and the increase in political will and solidarity amongst all global stakeholders planet-wide. By pursuing these priorities collaboratively with increased ambition and determination, we will attain our sustainable island state, thus guaranteeing a more equitable future for all.
And I thank the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis. I now give the floor to the Minister of Health of Zambia.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the reality before us is that the global progress towards the SDGs has derailed. This has further been exacerbated by multiple and interlinked crises and uncertainty. Even the 15% progress achieved in sustainable development over time is now under threat, with millions being pushed into poverty and hunger. Gender disparities persist as women and girls continue to grapple with unequal opportunities, while communities are faced with devastating aftermath of climate-induced disasters and the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the holistic fulfillment and advancement of the 2030 Agenda constitutes humanity's most urgent undertaking and places complex demands on our public institutions, such as reforms of our governance structures. At the same time, we must persist in addressing the enduring challenge of capacity gaps, especially in least developed countries. In this context, we recognize that the official development assistance is essential to our development efforts. We applaud our development partners' support and urge them for continued support and to meet their commitments and pledges made at various international fora to assist developing countries. The Zambian government is strengthening public institutions and equipping them with the human resources, the right skills and knowledge, and enhancing their capabilities to better design, implement, and monitor SDG-related policies and programs. Further, we are digitizing government services to make them more efficient and accessible to all, while at the same time safeguarding against cyber threats. Tax evasion and corruption are areas that impede progress in the implementation of the SDG agenda. We therefore call upon our development partners for support towards institutional reforms to enhance our capabilities for international cooperation on tax matters. This should effectively address tax evasion, illicit financial flows, profit shifting, and combat corruptions, as these remain major challenges. Zambia remains committed to providing an enabling environment and a shared development vision. Mr. President, if we are to see an increase in performance towards the SDGs, there must be a substantial change in the scale of financing. We therefore welcome the SDG stimulus package and support calls for reform of the international financial architecture to make it fit for purpose, equitable, and responsive.
I thank the Minister of Health of Zambia. I now give the floor to the Minister in the Prime Minister's Office and Second Minister of Education and Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this floor. Implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, requires a holistic and integrated approach given the complexity of these challenges. No institution can achieve the SDG on its own. For example, SDG 13 on climate action requires coordination on mitigation, adaptation, energy transition, and economic transformation. Public institutions must therefore collaborate and share information readily. They must also constantly learn and evolve. Singapore takes a whole-of-government, or WOG, approach in designing policies and services. For example, we have interministerial committees handling critical cross-cutting issues such as aging and climate change. This enhances WOG coordination that allows us to better manage policy trade-offs. We put citizens at the center of our service delivery. We set up one-stop physical centers called Service SG that provides hundreds of services from over 20 public agencies. Citizens also have access to numerous municipal services online through a single one-service app. We introduced a no wrong door policy so that any query received from an agency, even if it's not under its purview, will be acted upon and referred to the right agency, so citizens do not have to be sent from pillar to post. This WOG approach requires our government agencies to work closely with each other and have strong esprit de corps. Training is also critical. In an increasingly complex environment, our public service officers need to stay adaptable. Our public service continuously reviews and re-profiles its workforce. We also offer opportunities both within and outside the public sector to ensure public officers' skills stay up to date. Singapore public service officers can readily pick up knowledge and new skills through a digital classroom. Our policymakers are also co-creating solutions alongside our citizens and key stakeholders in a whole-of-nation approach to make progress on the SDGs, acknowledging changes in aspirations across generations. For example, the Forward Singapore movement launched in June 2022, the government engaged over 14,000 Singaporeans from all walks of life through about 140 sessions to identify the values, priorities, and policies needed to strengthen our social compact. Singapore will continue sharing our experiences on public governance and administration with the international community through the Singapore Cooperation Programme. We also look forward to learning from the experiences of our fellow member states. I thank you again, Mr. Chair.
I thank the Minister of the Prime Minister's Office and the Second Minister of Education and Foreign Affairs of Singapore. I now give the floor to the Minister of Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic.
Muy buenas tardes, señor moderador, señora moderadora, excelencias, damas y caballeros, colegas todos. En 2012, la República Dominicana dio un salto significativo en el diseño e impulso de un marco integrado de políticas públicas para el desarrollo al aprobar una Estrategia Nacional de Desarrollo de Largo Plazo que conjuga las tres dimensiones del desarrollo sostenible. La estrategia fue construida en un proceso liderado por el Estado dominicano y en el que contribuyeron actores de la sociedad civil, del sector privado, de la academia, de actores comunitarios y gremiales, entre otros. La Agenda 2030, adoptada en 2015, reforzó la visión de desarrollo de esta estrategia y se inició un proceso de gradual apropiación de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible en los instrumentos de planificación nacional. Esta apropiación permitió la integración de elementos innovadores que han impulsado el avance hacia políticas públicas más integrales y articuladas, que han venido superando las visiones sectoriales desconectadas de los entornos y que ignoran las sinergias y las codependencias entre las distintas dimensiones del desarrollo y de las políticas públicas que las promueven. Esa apropiación de la Agenda 2030 se hizo evidente en el Plan Nacional Plurianual del Sector Público 2021-2024. Este plan es el instrumento de planificación de mediano plazo y se elaboró partiendo de una visión holística del desarrollo, teniendo como objetivo mejorar la calidad de vida de la gente e incorporando las metas e indicadores de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Así, hemos ido transitando hacia una planificación articulada que, en un contexto de importantes restricciones de financiamiento, se construye pensando en eficientizar las políticas públicas y el gasto, optimizar la formulación del presupuesto del Estado y promover la transparencia y la cultura del gobierno abierto. Durante este proceso, la territorialización de las políticas públicas ha sido clave. No obstante, es necesario que sigamos fortaleciendo los mecanismos institucionales para la aceleración de los ODS en este segundo tramo de la agenda. Para ello es crucial fortalecer aún más la articulación de políticas e intervenciones, mejorar significativamente la disponibilidad de datos y la medición de indicadores, identificar objetivos y metas considerando los recursos disponibles y contar con un marco de financiación claro para los instrumentos de desarrollo de mediano y largo plazo. De igual manera, se hace necesario el fortalecimiento de la participación de los distintos actores sociales y sus contribuciones en la implementación de la Agenda 2030. La sociedad civil, la academia, el sector privado y demás actores son aliados del desarrollo. Es por ello por lo que se requiere mantener una sistematización continua de sus aportes a los ODS y dar paso en crear conciencia de su corresponsabilidad con los Estados. Señoras y señores, los problemas estructurales de nuestros países, aunados a los retrocesos experimentados producto de la COVID-19, requieren de esfuerzos adicionales de nuestra parte para retomar la senda del desarrollo sostenible.
I think they are not able to hear you because your microphone has been turned off. You have to finish up, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Give him a hand. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Minister of the People's Power of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Permítanos, en primer lugar, en nombre del presidente Nicolás Maduro Moros, saludar la convocatoria de esta histórica cumbre para debatir, como lo estamos haciendo, en el marco de este diálogo sobre la implementación de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible y el logro de todos los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible en estos 7 años que nos quedan por delante para cumplir con esa hoja de ruta que nos hemos trazado colectivamente en beneficio de nuestros pueblos. Señor presidente, para Venezuela la estrategia global para el desarrollo debe incluir en sus decisiones consideraciones éticas y diferenciadas enmarcadas en el desarrollo sostenible, lo cual supone construir estrategias en el ámbito multilateral que apoyen los esfuerzos nacionales dirigidos a la meta de sostenibilidad global. Como aspecto central, Venezuela considera la construcción del desarrollo sostenible como principio guía. Es una obligación presente y para las generaciones futuras, con el fin de mejorar las condiciones de calidad de vida en la comprensión y razonamiento de las complejas interacciones productivas, comerciales, sociales, entre otras, que se suceden entre el ser humano y la naturaleza y su impacto sobre la economía y las formas de vida. Así, la ética en el desarrollo sostenible requiere de pautas para encaminar los procederes particulares de las personas y las empresas, por lo que la solidaridad se torna un valor esencial en este sentido, para coayudar a transformar ese modelo tradicional a un modelo más ambientalmente sostenible, en cuya realización consideramos imperativo el desarrollo y acceso a tecnologías ambientales y a trazar nuevos objetivos que permitan una mayor producción con el menor consumo de recursos y reducir los efectos contaminantes a escala mundial. En ese sentido, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela sigue trabajando incansablemente en su compromiso con el desarrollo sostenible, a pesar de la imposición de más de 950 medidas coercitivas unilaterales que han incidido de manera negativa en el desarrollo nacional, en sus dimensiones económicas, humanas, científicas, social, entre otras graves afectaciones que pudieran citarse. Es fundamental el papel de la ciencia y tecnología y la innovación en la promoción del desarrollo sostenible de los Estados, en tanto que permitirán hacer frente a todos estos grandes desafíos globales y propios de nuestros países. En la tarea de la disminución de la brecha tecnológica encontramos una amplia arena en el fortalecimiento de la solidaridad en favor de nuestro desarrollo. Señor presidente, para concluir, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela reafirma su fiel compromiso para encontrar soluciones solidarias, multidimensionales, diferenciadas, concretas, inmediatas, inclusivas, innovadoras y concertadas que coadyuven a alcanzar los resultados esperados en materia de desarrollo sostenible e impulsen el desarrollo de modo de cumplir con el fin último que nos hemos propuesto, que es no dejar a nadie atrás. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you so much, Minister of Foreign Affairs. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Environment of Chad.
Madame, Monsieur, la mise en œuvre des ODD au Tchad s'est faite dans un contexte marqué, entre autres, par la chute des cours matières premières sur le marché mondial, les attaques répétées de la secte Boko Haram, de groupes armés non identifiés, la crise sanitaire due à la pandémie de Covid-19, les changements climatiques, les conflits intercommunautaires, les inondations, ainsi que le conflit politico-militaire dans le voisinage de notre pays, particulièrement ce qui se déroule en ce moment au Soudan. En dépit de contextes particulièrement difficiles, avec l'appui des partenaires au développement, le Tchad a fait des progrès dans la mise en œuvre de certaines ODD. Dans la même dynamique, fait-il rappeler, le gouvernement a entrepris l'élaboration d'un nouveau plan national de développement PND qui ouvrira la période 2024-2028, qui fera l'objet d'une table ronde pour la mobilisation du financement en novembre 2023. L'enjeu de cette démarche est aussi d'offrir au futur gouvernement qui sera mis en place en 2024, au terme du processus de transition en cours, les moyens d'engager immédiatement les grands chantiers nécessaires pour la construction d'un Tchad nouveau, prospère, stable et profondément résilient face aux défis des changements climatiques. À travers de nouveaux PND, le Tchad ambitionne de réduire l'incidence de la pauvreté à l'échelle nationale à environ 38% à l'horizon 2028. Enfin, je voudrais exhorter une fois de plus nos partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux de renforcer le partenariat mondial pour le développement durable, permettant de mobiliser et de partager des savoirs, des connaissances spécialisées, des technologies et des ressources financières afin d'aider le Tchad à atteindre ses objectifs de développement durable. Merci.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Chad, and I now give the floor to the Senior Minister of the Royal Government of Cambodia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the SDG are interconnected. Therefore, we need to adopt well-integrated policy. Public institutions must be effective, efficient, and well-coordinated to deliver good outcome. Allow me to raise a few points on what has to be done in Cambodia in this regard and what we commit to do further until and beyond 2030. First, Cambodia has given great importance to aligning national policy with the Sustainable Development Goal to accelerate national development progress. As in the case of MDG, the SDGs are well mainstream in Cambodia National Strategic Development Plan and Strategy. Second, the Royal Government of Cambodia recognized the need for further strengthening public institutions in order to accelerate the momentum toward the SDG. To this end, intensifying governance reform is placed at the core of our national development strategy, called the Pentagon Strategy, which was launched just last August. It is an overarching and integrated development strategy encompassing all sectors that form 5 strategic thrusts. The first thrust is development of human capital. Second is the diversification of our economy and increased competitiveness. Third is the development of the private sector and employment. Fourth is building a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive development. And fifth, development of digital economy and society. The aim is to achieve 5 broad objectives, namely stable growth, employment, equity, efficiency, and sustainability. Third, Cambodia also emphasized on enhancing partnership for achieving the SDG. To this end, my government has been endeavoring to strengthening the process of policy consultation with and among all local and international stakeholders. This not only ensure that policy are well integrated, but also strengthening the cooperation and coordinating at the implementation stage. Finally, Cambodia is committed to enhance collaboration with all development partners, including the UN system, civil society, and private sector to mobilize resources and strengthening policy coherence. We are committed to further increase trust and confidence in our public institutions, in delivering successful SDG outcomes and steadily advance our national toward graduating from the least developed country to middle income status in 2017.
I thank the Senior Minister of the Royal Government of Cambodia. And now I would like to give the floor to the Director General of ILO, the International Labour Organization.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. On behalf of ILO, I would like to welcome this high-level focus on the role of integrated policy and strong public institution, which reflects the universal and interlinked nature of the 2030 agenda. And this interconnected nature of the global development challenge affect us all at the both global, regional, and national level. Since 2015, the challenge we face have not diminished. Poverty and inequalities are on the rise. Developing nations since COVID are bearing the brunt of soaring unemployment, underemployment, and inadequate social protection. A combination of crises, both from the conflict to the climate, the health and natural disaster, pushing the SDG off course. However, I am still encouraged to see how the global community and the United Nations have risen to the challenge of these crises to develop transformative, integrated responses. Obviously, one of the examples is the UN Secretary General initiative by launching the Global Accelerator on Job and Social Protection for Just Transition, which is very ambitious, creating 400 million decent jobs. And achieving this will require effective social dialogue as well as strengthening the public institution and the capacities required to support the approach. Secondly, in the past 2 years, what ILO has also been doing is working with IMF in creating additional fiscal space for social spending in countries such as Iraq, Mozambique, Togo, or Uzbekistan. And this work has included policy discussion informing IMF Article 4 advice and loan agreement, and creating joint recommendation on social protection financing. Madam Chair, the need for the SDGs has not changed. If anything, it has become more acute. We must redouble our effort to achieve these goals. With political commitment and ambitious, integrated, and right-based policy approaches, we can do this. And the UN stands ready to support member states. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director General of the ILO. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, co-moderators, excellencies, Bangladesh was actively involved in shaping the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We remain committed to implementing it. We're working through a whole-of-society approach to implement SDG targets. A homegrown SDG tracker helps us monitor progress. Our global SDG ranking has steadily improved over the last 7 years. Our government's foremost priority has been to combat poverty and hunger. We have brought down extreme poverty to 5.6% in 2022 from 1% in 2006. We have made famines a matter of the past. We are a global leader in disaster management and climate adaptation. Our community clinic model has set an example for people-centric primary health care. Our government is now working towards attaining universal health coverage. We are reforming our education system with focus on critical thinking, skills, digital applications, and empathy. Our girls and women are making their mark in all spheres of society. Participation of women in our workforce has increased from 6% to 44% in a decade. Our government has delivered on its commitment to provide electricity to 100% households. Under our social housing project, Asrayon, we have made almost 70% of sub-districts free of homeless people. We continue to expand access to safe water and sanitation with attention to low-income urban settlements. Our vision is to create smart employment in every household with internet already available across the country. We've increased social protection beneficiaries from 13% of our population to 37.6%. I emphasize supporting vulnerable women, elderly people, persons with disabilities, people of third gender, marginal communities, and others. This year, we have launched a universal pension scheme to bring every citizen above 18 years under coverage. We are making sustained progress towards social justice, stability, and prosperity to realize the dreams of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. In the developing world, we are trying to do our part, but we still find huge gaps in global partnership. SDGs are aspirational goals, yet achievable, provided there is adequate means of implementation, I mean adequate financing and technology transfer. Sadly, we are lagging behind in those areas. I urge our international partners to keep their commitments and must come up with additional resources, both for SDGs and climate change. SDGs are Magna Carta of our times. We must make them come true for a resilient future for our children. Thank you all.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Planning and Social Development of Lebanon.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon is going through a multidimensional crisis, economic, social, political, aggravated by the Beirut blast and the displaced crisis amounting to 1/3 of our population, with its dire impact on the deteriorating infrastructure and implications on poverty, food security, health services, among others. In May 2023, Lebanon has appointed a national convener for food system transformation who, in collaboration with national stakeholders and international partners, has developed a national pathway for food system transformation that was very well received at the 20 July Food Summit in Rome, and with clear commitment to the interdisciplinary, multi-sectoral, and whole-of-government approach to food system transformation, and that can lead to the acceleration of the whole SDG agenda, and is a roadmap to the achievement of the social, economic, environmental, and food security outcomes of food systems. It will be culminated by a draft law that will be submitted soon to the Parliament on the right to food. Securing this right is also linked to securing many other rights related to the different components of the food system transformation pathway. At the level of public health, we are committed through our new national public health strategy to move towards a transformative approach to public health based on primary health care, prevention, and wellness, associated with a transformation in governance towards universal health coverage. Lebanon is facing a very serious threat to our education, and education poverty is becoming a great danger in front of our future generation and a threat to our human capital. Education used to be an asset for Lebanon. We call upon all our friends and international partners to help us face this imminent threat and challenge to our future generation. For gender equality, Lebanon has developed and adopted a strategy for empowerment and protection of women, and has developed also many initiatives at the institutional level to achieve this, the goals of this strategy. Many laws have been adopted and many others are in the pipeline. We are committed to building capacities within our public institutions and to creating the right legislative environment and the equivalent institutional setup that is needed for reform, governance, and for the interconnected approach to policy.
I thank the Minister of Administrative Planning and Social Development of Lebanon. And I now give the floor to the Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of the Republic of Guinea.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la 118e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies qui nous réunit ici met l'accent sur le niveau de progrès des ODD auquel nous, États membres, nous avons librement endossé dans un contexte marqué par les effets de Covid-19, des conflits et du changement climatique. Ces crises multiples ont contribué à ralentir l'atteinte des ODD, d'où le regain à l'effet de les poursuivre et de les accélérer. Face à cette donne où seulement 15% des ODD ont été globalement atteints, cette rencontre de haut niveau constitue donc une opportunité d'accélérer les progrès des pays à travers un plan ambitieux comme l'a préconisé le secrétaire général des Nations unies. C'est dans cette perspective que mon pays, conformément à ses engagements, entend élaborer un plan de sauvegarde national aligné au programme de référence intérimaire qui est son plan de développement actuel. En effet, les progrès de la Guinée sur les indicateurs standards de comparaison sont encore insuffisants, d'où la nécessité d'une bonne priorisation et d'un meilleur ciblage des indicateurs et des actions pour inverser la tendance et enregistrer des progrès significatifs d'ici 2027. Pour accélérer les progrès des ODD, les autorités guinéennes sont résolument engagées à élaborer un nouveau plan articulé autour de 3 domaines prioritaires, à savoir la croissance économique durable, la bonne gouvernance, le capital humain, les emplois décents et l'employabilité. Nous envisageons ainsi continuer à promouvoir la croissance et la bonne gouvernance en reposant les efforts sur un capital humain de qualité et en quantité, tout en prenant en compte l'inclusion sociale et le genre. Ce pari ne peut être réussi que dans un contexte de changement que nous définissons des politiques publiques intégrées dans un contexte de changement climatique. Nous restons convaincus que la mise en œuvre et le contrôle de ces politiques devront être encadrés par des institutions solides et fiables afin de garantir les libertés d'expression et d'initiative privée. C'est justement à travers le renforcement des institutions de la Guinée que la Guinée a amélioré son score CPIA et est récemment sortie de la liste des pays à faible revenu. Nous comptons également mettre un accent particulier sur la coopération sud-sud et triangulaire et souhaiterons vivement abriter avec vos soutiens un institut international spécialisé sur la question de coopération et d'innovation. Le gouvernement continuera à déployer les efforts nécessaires en faveur d'une croissance économique soutenue pour la réalisation des ODD. À cet égard, il s'appuiera sur les principaux secteurs porteurs, agriculture, numérique, mines et j'en passe. Seule une croissance diversifiée durable nous permettra de relever le défi commun de la mise en œuvre.
I thank the Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of the Republic of Guinea. And now I would like to give the floor to the Vice Chairman of NITI Aayog of India.
Thank you, Chair. Since the unanimous adoption of the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, the world has witnessed profound changes. A devastating pandemic, military conflict, and the irreversible effects of human-induced climate change have disproportionately impacted the world's poor and vulnerable, with just 12% of the targets currently on track, carrying significant global consequences. In this year of India's G20 presidency, the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration rightly lays great stress on accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, using the G20's convening power to fully and effectively implement the 2030 Agenda in a timely manner. In addition to financing, the G20 leaders have also endorsed a roadmap covering critical issues like hunger, malnutrition, energy, health, finance, quality education, and culture as a transformative driver for the SDGs. For its own part, India has firmly integrated the SDGs into its national development strategies. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, multiple focused interventions have been launched for each of the SDGs. Niti Aayog, as the premier national think tank, guides both central ministries and state governments in realizing the SDGs. Meeting as Niti Aayog's governing council, chief ministers closely monitor SDG progress, which are also reviewed during state consultations by me. Niti Aayog also monitors SDG progress through various indices which serve as tools to identify and address the most critical issues. India takes pride in its SDG localization model based on 4 pillars: institutional ownership, collaborative competition, capacity building, and a whole-of-society approach. Our growth and outcomes result from systemic reforms, inclusive policies, and leveraging digital public infrastructure. The Aspirational Districts program, initiated and monitored by Niti Aayog, demonstrates India's unwavering commitment to improving the quality of life for those who live in 112 of India's most backward districts. The remarkable success of the ADP has paved the way for the launch of the Aspirational Blocks program. We aspire for a developed India by 2047, coinciding with the 100th year of our independence. Our unwavering commitment.
I thank the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog of India. The bad news is our co-moderator has had to go to another engagement that she is committed to. But the good news is that I will be here to see us through to the conclusion. I now give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay.
Muy buenas tardes. Los desafíos del contexto actual requieren de un compromiso político renovado y el fortalecimiento de las alianzas para impulsar acciones concretas, equitativas e inclusivas hacia el desarrollo sostenible. Cuando se lanzó la Agenda 2030, los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, el escenario internacional era diferente al actual. A los desafíos planteados en 2015 se han sumado nuevas problemáticas como las emergencias sanitarias y la incertidumbre asociada a los desarrollos tecnológicos. La pandemia del COVID-19 impactó negativamente sobre la consecución de los 17 objetivos y las 169 metas que conjugan de forma integrada los desafíos en torno a las 3 dimensiones del desarrollo sostenible: la económica, la social y la ambiental. A Uruguay le preocupa que con un bajo porcentaje de cumplimiento de las ODS, la consecución de la Agenda 2030 esté en riesgo y por esa razón, como expresara, consideramos esta cumbre trascendente. El desarrollo sostenible y el financiamiento de proyectos y programas que tengan ese objetivo debe continuar siendo tema central del multilateralismo. Uruguay, desde el lanzamiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, ha tenido un firme compromiso participando en distintos procesos que incluso han promovido reformas en el propio sistema de las Naciones Unidas. En mi país, se da la particularidad que estos objetivos se encuentran integrados en las políticas públicas. La administración actual tiene como objetivo ir más allá e integrar los ODS en las estructuras y estrategias institucionales vigentes, y es así que en lugar de crear nuevas instituciones para el cumplimiento de sus compromisos, una serie de organismos públicos coordinan las acciones y dan seguimiento a los avances de la Agenda 2030. Como parte de su compromiso con la Agenda 2030, Uruguay ha realizado una evaluación detallada de los objetivos nacionales, así como de los procesos de presentación de datos. En mi país se da la particularidad que actualmente estos objetivos se encuentran integrados en políticas públicas. Estas políticas comprenden cambios transformadores enfocados en las sinergias que la implementación de cada ODS genera en los demás, a saber, la descarbonización energética e industria sostenible, el financiamiento vinculado a la sostenibilidad, la política tributaria, la alimentación, uso de los suelos, agua y océanos sostenibles. No podemos dejar de mencionar que Uruguay se ha beneficiado de fondos muy importantes por parte de Naciones Unidas, incluyendo el Fondo Conjunto para los ODS. Este fondo ha sido de extrema importancia para mi país en áreas como las que mencioné. El gobierno entiende que conseguir las transformaciones necesarias para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible requiere la participación decidida del sistema financiero, entre otras cosas, apoyando los criterios de sostenibilidad en la toma de decisiones de inversión y apoyando modelos de negocios innovadores con impacto social y medioambiental. Los desafíos que impone la Agenda 2030 requieren del impulso y compromiso de todos los países y Uruguay realiza importantes esfuerzos para alcanzarlo. Sin embargo, para continuar avanzando necesitamos, al igual que toda la región, que se avancen las metodologías que reflejen la multidimensionalidad del desarrollo. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. I now give the floor to the founder and executive director of Access Chapter 2.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Excellencies, it is a privilege to be with you all today, and I'm delivering this statement on behalf of Stakeholder Group. The Agenda 2030 is a game changer. It has elevated the status of Sustainable Development Goals on the international policy agenda, increasing legitimacy and relevance of integrated perspective and approaches. However, as we reach the midway points towards achieving the 2030 agenda, our aspirations of delivering social justice, upholding human rights, and ensuring fair distribution within and between nations, and building an environmentally conscious world for all appear increasingly distant and challenging to attain. Despite the relentless effort of civil society and activists throughout the world, our fundamental political, financial, economic, and social system face erosion due to austerity measures, xenophobia, racism, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, conflicts, and lack of political will, and weakened public institutions. Your Excellencies, a wealth of experience have been accumulated which recognizes the participation of people is integral to resolving the world's most critical problems. This in the case every level at local, national, regional, and international level. Yet everywhere we are faced with attacks on democracy itself, shrinking civic space, and concentrated attacks on rights to assemble, organize, and express ourselves. Our ability to fulfill the SDG depends on our decision to put people first, all people in their diversity, and centrally to all policymaking and programming aimed at addressing the barriers to progress. In order to do so, we must eliminate restrictive NGO laws. Governments worldwide should prioritize the revision and reforms of laws, regulations, and practices that excessively limit civil society actors' ability to operate and access funding while countering over-regulated trends. Advancing civil society access, leadership, and meaningful participation and decision-making within policy-making spaces, including here in the United Nations. And you must abolish criminal and punitive laws that drive stigma and discrimination and prevent public participation. This includes laws that criminalize LGBTI people and gender non-conforming persons. Laws that criminalize people will take us behind. Laws that criminalize people will create no peace in the world. Laws that criminalize people will prohibit prosperity and negative impact on economies. We need government and institutions to use their powers to progressively include people. Nothing about us without us, nothing about people without people. This summit presents an opportunity to ensure that we renew urgency in implementing SDGs, disrupt entrenched inequalities, and weaken institutions. Time is ticking. We have 7 years.
I thank the founder and executive director of Access Chapter 2. we now have the last speaker in the Leaders' Dialogue 4. I give the floor to the Director General of the International Development Law Organization.
Excellencies, on behalf of the International Development Law Organization, the only global intergovernmental organization exclusively devoted to promoting peace and sustainable development through the rule of law, it is a pleasure to participate in this dialogue, and I thank you very much for waiting until the end of the day. We have heard a sobering message from the full range of stakeholders at this summit. A perfect storm of crises, including conflict, climate change, and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, have wiped out decades of hard-won progress and put peace and sustainable development in grave jeopardy. But we have also heard commitments that give us hope. And as ways to reverse negative trends, allow me to draw on IDLO's experience in almost 100 countries since its creation 40 years ago to offer 3 concrete ways in which SDG 16 and the rule of law can accelerate progress on the 2030 agenda. First, the rule of law is essential for building trust in public institutions, which will be key to promoting the integrated whole-of-society approaches needed for sustainable development. It can enable institutions to better understand and meet people's needs, tackle the corrosive influence of corruption, and resolve disputes before they can spiral into violence. A people-centered approach to justice systems can empower women, young people, and others who have been historically excluded with the tools and knowledge to claim their rights and participate in decision-making. Second, SDG 16 on peace, justice, and inclusion with the rule of law at its core can help catalyze progress across all 17 goals. Many SDGs draw on the principles of inclusivity, equity, and non-discrimination and require the creation of legal frameworks and institutional capacity for their implementation. New policy frameworks are also needed to promote cross-sectoral collaboration on complex, interlinked issues to maximize synergies while managing the trade-offs. Third, the rule of law is needed to address transnational challenges that pose significant obstacles to sustainable development. Tackling issues of climate change, humanitarian crises, extreme inequality, and digital transformation will require new mechanisms and processes that allow countries to cooperate fairly and equitably. It is essential to increase political and financial support for the rule of law and justice institutions in national budgets and development assistance, particularly in crisis-affected contexts, and to integrate the principles of equality, justice, and human rights in governance and policy making, including in new and emerging areas. IDLO pledges to continue to support our partners to unlock the rule of law's potential as a driver of peace and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Director General of the International Development Law Organization. And we have heard the last speaker in Leaders' Dialogue 4 on strengthening integrated policies and public institutions for achieving the SDGs. On behalf of my co-moderator and myself, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all participants for their forward-looking and results-oriented interventions. We have thus concluded Leaders' Dialogue 4. The SDG Summit will continue tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. sharp in this chamber with Leaders' Dialogue 5 on unity and solidarity, strengthening the multilateral system for enhanced support, cooperation, follow-up, and review. This meeting is now adjourned.